Chapter 3852. Oh no, martial monarch is suffering from a backlash. Many people could tell that something was wrong. They could clearly tell that martial monarch was suffering from the backlash of the laws. Although it seemed easy for him to complete the martial epic's great Tao, it was actually not that easy. Otherwise, countless people would have done it already. However, in reality, only martial monarchs were doing this. Yi Shiwen vomited a mouthful of essence blood. The backlash this time was really ruthless. It could be said that it took hundreds of millions of years of his lifespan in one go. However, he was not discouraged at all. He knew that although the backlash of the laws was severe, it also deepened his understanding of the great Tao. Sometimes, if one walked the wrong path, one would be able to better understand what the right path was. Many people started to worry for him and pray for him. Everyone knew that Yi Shiwen was the pillar of the martial epoch. If something happened to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, they could not help him. At that level, ordinary people could no longer understand an existence like Yi Shiwen. However, when many people looked at Yi Shiwen and saw that he still had white hair and wrinkles all over his body, they could not help but feel somewhat fearful. With Yi Shiwen's current cultivation, it could be said that his great Tao was extraordinary. Any kind of injury, even a Tao injury, could be healed with a thought. However, this time he was injured by the laws, and even now he still could not recover. The severity of the injury could be understood just by thinking about it. However, many people hoped that Yi Shiwen could succeed. At this moment, they already understood that Yi Shiwen was extending the life of the world. This was a shocking action. Since ancient times, no one had such boldness. It could be said to be unprecedented. If Yi Shiwen succeeded, then he could extend the life of the martial epoch for many years. In fact, many people could not help but think that if he succeeded once, there might be a second time. In that case, wouldn't the martial epoch exist forever? In that case, they would not have to die. They existed forever with the world, sharing the same lifespan as the world. As long as the world was not destroyed, they could exist forever. To them, surviving until the next epoch was unimaginable. They could only place their hopes on the martial epoch lasting forever. All of a sudden, a terrifying giant hand reached out from the chaos, piercing through the Fortune Divine Dynasty's array formations and barriers. The Fortune Divine Dynasty's arrays and barriers came to life in an instant, turning into a terrifying attack that slammed into the giant hand. But none of them could stop this giant hand. This huge hand was too terrifying. It was completely condensed from the laws and was unprecedentedly powerful, surpassing any expert they had seen before. This big hand directly patted Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen's body swayed slightly, and the power of this big hand turned into nothingness. Then, every pore on Yi Shiwen's body spurted out the principles of Sword Tao. The laws of Sword Tao instantly transformed into a gigantic sword that was tens of millions of meters long, which then slashed down fiercely on the huge hand. Rumble! The huge hand immediately exploded, turning into a blood mist that filled the sky and fell down, nourishing the martial epoch's great Tao. If you want to kill me, show yourself. This method alone is not enough, Yi Shiwen said slowly. At this moment, many people understood that another ruler had interfered. Many people started to cry out in alarm. One could easily imagine how terrifying a ruler expert was. If Yi Shiwen had not stopped the previous time, that ruler alone would have been able to severely injure the martial epoch. This time, although Yi Shiwen was still there, it was obvious that he was no longer at his peak. Obviously, the other party also knew this. In other words, they were waiting for the day when Yi Shiwen would be devoured by the rules before they made their move. The other party was a ruler expert, and he had been lying low for so many years, waiting for this moment. Could Yi Shiwen really survive? Many people could only hold their breaths and wait. They could not interfere in such a battle, so they could only choose to wait. At this moment, a person appeared in the primal chaos. However, This person was not a person, but an insect. It was just that this insect was exuding a world-shocking aura. It was able to stop the chaos by itself. It was incomparably domineering, and its entire body was surrounded by a supreme divine light. But even so, everyone could still sense an unimaginably ferocious aura from it. Insect Lord! Yi Shiwen looked coldly at the insect. It was one of the rulers who returned from the mysterious place, the Insect Lord. He was the ancestor of the once glorious insect epoch, and could be called the first insect since the beginning of the world. It could even be said that all the famous insect experts of the insect epoch were his descendants. Even the terrifying insects like the heaven-swallowing insect, which could devour all epochs and worlds, were said to be closely related to him. When Yi Shiwen saw him, he already understood who the expert behind the heaven-swallowing divine lord was. It should be this insect lord. It could even be said that this insect lord was the mastermind behind all the epochs where the heaven-swallowing insect appeared. It had caused great harm to countless epochs, and there were even epochs that were destroyed because of it. It was easy to imagine the appearance of such a person. Even Yi Shiwen could not help but feel nervous. That's right, martial lord. Do you know what you are doing? You are going against the heavens. Even the heavens of your martial epoch cannot tolerate you, so you will suffer the backlash of the rules. The insect lord's eyes exuded a frightening and ferocious light as it stared at Yi Shiwen. It was as if it was looking at food rather than a person. Do you believe it? Yi Shiwen sneered, but he kept forming hand seals. His body continuously spewed out the great path laws, continuously replenishing the martial epoch's heavenly Tao. It was as if he did not care about the insect lord at all. You don't dare to come in, right? You are afraid that I will draw over the martial epoch's heavenly Tao and strike you down in one fell swoop. Yi Shiwen mocked as he looked at the insect lord. The insect lord was billions of kilometers long, like a long dragon in the primal chaos. Countless epochs had heard of his ferocious name. He could even mobilize an endless army of insect race to drown everything. Even so, he did not dare to enter the martial epoch. He could feel that the martial epoch's heavenly Tao did not weaken under Yi Shiwen's replenishment. Instead, it became stronger. Under normal circumstances, the martial epoch's heavenly Tao would not appear on its own. Unless the martial epoch's heavenly Tao was forced out by special means like the half-moon immortal lord did, it was impossible. However, this did not mean that the martial epoch's heavenly Tao was not dangerous. In fact, given Yi Shiwen's strength and position in the martial epoch, he could draw over the martial epoch's heavenly Tao and severely injure, or even kill a ruler in one fell swoop. That was not a myth, but something that was possible. Although doing so would severely injure the martial epoch's heavenly Tao, the insect lord could not guarantee that Yi Shiwen would not dare to do so. When people were forced into a corner, they could do anything. It was not strange for them to do anything. Hence, he was planning and hesitating. Insect lord, you can't kill me alone. You have to be prepared to be killed by me. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, use them all. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to use them. Yi Shiwen's expression was still cold, and his words were cold and ruthless. Fellow Taoists, do you intend to let him continue being arrogant? The insect lord asked. Fellow Taoist insect lord, we can work together to kill this junior. He is too arrogant. Soon after, another deep and resounding voice came from the primal chaos. Along with this voice, a boundless sea of blood spread out and instantly drowned the entire primal chaos. A figure floated above this sea of blood. It was a figure that could only be vaguely seen as a human silhouette, but its body exuded a monstrous, ferocious might. Blood Lord. Yi Shiwen spat out the name of the person who had come. The supreme ruler of the Blood Tao epoch had once used his own strength to massacre a current epoch that did not have a ruler. He had turned that epoch into his own dojo. His might was monstrous and overflowing. He had once entered the eternal sacred land. It could be said that he was Yi Shiwen's natural enemy. Part of his great Tao had also been passed down in the martial epoch. Even Yi Shiwen had learned some of Blood Lord's great Tao. That's not enough. I can still defeat you with just the two of you. Yi Shiwen did not take Blood Lord seriously. There was even some disdain in his eyes. Yi Shiwen was still old, and the circulation of his qi and blood was not smooth. However, he still looked down on the world and was the most terrifying existence in the world. What bold words! Fellow Taoist bug lord, since he is like a tortoise hiding in its shell, hiding under the protection of the martial epoch, then let's break his shell first and destroy this so-called epic battlefield first. Then we will turn these countless creatures into our blood slaves and attack the martial epoch. Blood Lord smiled coldly when he heard this, as if he was looking at a dead man. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, the boundless sea of blood spread out, directly drowning out the entire epic battlefield and swallowing up all the martial epoch's life forms in the epic battlefield, turning them into blood slaves for Xiao Qin's use. Just at this moment, a green lotus instantly bloomed in the universe. It looked like the primal chaos green lotus during the creation of the world. It immediately blocked the boundless sea of blood. Chapter 38:53. A single green lotus blocked the sea of blood that filled the sky. The boundless green lotus bloomed in the primal chaos and absorbed all of the sea of blood. On this chaos green lotus, a figure stepped on this chaos green lotus and appeared in front of everyone. Who else could it be but Qin Zun? There's really no way to avoid this battle in the end. Qin Zun said with a sword in his hand. Another half-step ruler. Are the current half-step rulers so ignorant of the immensity of the heavens and earth? The Blood Lord glanced at Qin Zun. He didn't put Qin Zun in his eyes. After all, a half-step sovereign was only a half-step sovereign. It was rare to see someone who could cultivate to Yi Shiwen's level. It was impossible for a second one to appear. If miracles happened frequently, they would no longer be miracles, but reality. Sigh, you guys came to the wrong place today. Qin Zun sighed and said slowly. In the next moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Qin Zun's body, shaking the entire chaos space. In the depths of the Fortune Divine Dynasty, inside the martial sect, endless power of faith surged out and rushed into Qin Zun's body. The surging power of faith caused Qin Zun's body to erupt with endless phenomenon. Purple qi came from the east, and auspicious qi soared into the chaos. Everyone was shocked by the changes in Qin Zun's body. It was unbelievable. Qin Zun was surrounded by 5 different types of divine beasts. The Qilin, azure dragon, vermilion bird, Xuanwu tortoise, and white tiger. They were all formed from the boundless power of faith. For millions upon millions of years, the power of faith had been condensed together, and this battle was completely manifested. Is this still Qin Zun? He's too powerful. How much power of faith is that? The Fortune God dynasty has been at its peak, and the martial sect has become one of the 3 holy lands. Now all this power is revealed in one go. It's too shocking. Many experts were dumbfounded watching the scene. Not only the Fortune Divine Dynasty's internal forces, but even the experts from the ancient era were shocked by Qin Zun's actions, especially the Commandment Heavenly Lord, who was watching this scene from afar, was shocked. Initially, he thought that he and Qin Zun were evenly matched. Both of them had reached the peak of the half-step sovereign realm, and there was no way out. Yi Shiwen was already a miracle. He didn't think that anyone else could reach such a level. But now, Qin Zun had used his own strength to tell him that he was thinking too much. That step was indeed possible. Although it wasn't as big as Yi Shiwen's, it was still far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. How is this possible? He really did it. Only when he was truly at the pinnacle did he know how difficult it was to take that step. Either he could cross over and become a sovereign, or he couldn't cross over. For people like Qin Zun, taking half a step was the hardest part. As for Yi Shiwen, he had been completely ignored. From the very beginning, Yi Shiwen shouldn't have been included in their ranks because he was too strong. He was unimaginably strong. Now, do you still think that I don't have the ability to fight you? Qin Zun looked at Blood Lord and said. His gaze was extremely resolute. You condense the power of faith over countless years into a single moment, allowing you to ascend. Unfortunately, that's all. No matter how powerful a half-step sovereign is, he is just a half-step sovereign. Blood Lord sighed. He still didn't take Qin Zun seriously. To him, Qin Zun was still far from being a half-step sovereign. Enough with the nonsense. Let's fight. Qin Zun stepped on his primal chaos green lotus and entered the primal chaos. Blood Lord only glanced at Qin Zun before following him into the depths of the primal chaos. In this place, none of them could bring out their full strength. Qin Zun was afraid that the entire epic battlefield would be destroyed if they fought. Blood Lord was also afraid that Qin Zun would move the martial epic's heavenly Tao's power if he was too close to the martial epic. Rumble. A horrifying explosion rang out. Many people could feel the horrifying explosions coming from the depths of the primal chaos. All sorts of mysterious phenomena of the Scarlet Sea and the primal chaos green lotus appeared and clashed. The primal chaos trembled slightly. Many people felt a shiver run down their spines. Many people understood that this was a clash between rulers. Although Qin Zun had barely reached that level, and he had relied on an endless amount of faith power, he had still reached that level. Humph! The Bug Lord sneered. Its huge body moved, intending to charge into the martial epic. To be more precise, it wanted to target Yi Shiwen. And just at this moment, a scroll flew out and grew bigger and bigger, as though it was an incomparably gigantic world. The Bug Lord rushed into the martial epic and was immediately sucked into the painting. The Creation Universe Scroll. It's the Creation Universe Scroll. Many people cried out in surprise. If this huge picture scroll wasn't the Creation Universe map, what else could it be? The Creation Universe Scroll sucked the Bug Lord into it. The Insect Lord immediately roared. Its terrifying body kept twisting in the universe creation map. Every time it twisted, the universe creation map would create a scene of destruction. It was earth-shattering and mountains and rivers would collapse. Are you trying to stop me? Wishful thinking. The Bug Lord snorted coldly. It felt ridiculous. It was a sovereign. How could it be destroyed by the Creation Universe Scroll? It was even difficult for the Creation Universe Scroll to trap it. After all, it was not a half-step sovereign. It could not be easily defeated by the Creation Universe Scroll. Just at this moment, a figure appeared. Who else could it be but the Middle Heavenly Venerate? At this moment, the Middle Heavenly Venerate formed hand seals and used the Creation Universe Scroll to block the Bug Lord. Behind him, countless power of faith and endless spiritual energy surged into his body, allowing him to withstand the consumption of the universe map of creation. Martial Lord, I can help you stop it, but not for long. The rest is up to you, the Middle Heavenly Venerate said. In order to stop the Bug Lord, he had already done his best. With the strength of a half-step sovereign, this was the most he could do. Yi Shiwen nodded. He was also constantly forming hand seals to complete the martial epic's great way. His expression became more solemn. Now Qin Zun and the Middle Heavenly Venerate had blocked everything for him. Martial Lord, this is a heaven-defying move. It is impossible to succeed. An extremely cold voice emerged from the chaos. Suddenly, a ball of flames emerged from within the primal chaos, and then it transformed into a human figure. Mythical Fire Era's Mythical Fire Heaven Monarch. Yi Shiwen looked at the figure in front of him and said, I didn't expect 3 sovereigns to be sent to kill me. What a big move. I still don't think this is enough. After I kill Martial Lord, I only want his body to be refined into a puppet. You can take the rest." Another terrifying voice rang out from the chaos. It was a person who looked like a puppet. He looked extremely old, as if he had been ravaged by time. However, he had a terrifying aura that a puppet could not have. Compared to the mythical Fire Heaven Monarch, he was not inferior at all. The Puppet Era's Puppet Heaven Monarch. Ha ha ha, they actually sent for experts. Yi Shiwen burst into laughter. A sneer flashed across the corner of his mouth as if he was mocking the two of them. "You've dispatched the 4 great sovereigns to deal with me. How scared are you of me? Even though I'm in such a state, you're still worried that the heavenly monarch of Inferno can kill me alone?" Yi Shiwen looked at the puppet Lord of Heaven and said. The puppet Heaven Monarch was not angry. He just said, faintly, the sound of wood colliding was extremely horrifying. "It is just to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Since we have decided to attack someone like you, we must do our best to avoid any repercussions. So once we attack, you will die." The puppet Heaven Monarch's words were cold and ruthless. However, he was still very afraid of Yi Shiwen. After all, Yi Shiwen's achievements were too glorious. He, a sovereign, had never killed someone at the same level as him. However, Yi Shiwen, a half-step sovereign, had done it more than once. It was not an exaggeration to take such a person seriously. "Is there no one else? If there is anyone else, we can attack together," Yi Shiwen said faintly. It seemed that he did not care about the puppet Heaven Monarch and the mythical Fire Heaven Monarch. "The 2 of us are enough." The mythical Fire Heaven Monarch stepped forward and said, "Since there are only 4 of you left, let me kill all of you." Yi Shiwen shouted. Endless killing intent was released from between his eyebrows. His body was burning. In an instant, it was burning to the extreme. He was unprecedentedly powerful. "Kill us? Ha ha ha, Martial Monarch, I think you are crazy. Even if you were at your peak, you would not be able to do it, let alone now. The taste of the law's backlash is not good, right? How long do you think you can maintain this peak state?" The puppet Heaven Monarch laughed strangely. He looked at Yi Shiwen as if he was looking at a pitiful worm. He was just a person struggling on the verge of death. "It is enough to kill all of you. For the martial epoch, all of you are a great threat. Today I can kill 4 sovereigns. Great." Yi Shiwen laughed loudly. His eyes were as vast as the stars, and his expression was extremely firm. Suddenly his body finally moved. Chapter 3854. As Yi Shiwen spoke, he moved directly towards the direction of the puppet Heavenly Monarch to kill. His movements were too fast. He was clearly still in the fortune realm a moment ago, but in the next moment he had already appeared in the chaos. He had already burned the law of speed to the extreme and utilized it to the extreme. The puppet Heavenly Lord let out a long roar, and his body emitted the light of chaos. At this moment, his big hand suddenly stretched out and bombarded towards Yi Shiwen on the spot. The entire chaos burst open, and the river of time could also be seen. It was directly shattered by the bombardment, and the huge hand suddenly swept out with a terrifying flow of time. This big hand directly smashed Yi Shiwen's attack, and then its momentum did not decrease, and directly grabbed Yi Shiwen's body. Bang! Bang! This big hand collided with Yi Shiwen's body, and a burst of sound similar to the sound of gold and iron colliding with each other. This attack did not even shake Yi Shiwen's body. He just looked at the puppet Heavenly Lord indifferently. He could see that the terrifying thing about the puppet Heavenly Lord was that he had refined his body into a puppet, and it was already at the level of a Dominator Dao tool. Therefore, there was almost no weakness on his body, and it was precisely because of this that he dared to confront Yi Shiwen head-on. Although he could not hurt Yi Shiwen, the puppet Heavenly Lord was not the slightest bit discouraged. He just laughed strangely and said, "Kaka, Martial Monarch, you are only at this level, And you still dare to say that you want to kill me? This is really ridiculous. Do you think that is possible? Do you think that this is all I have? You are too naive. Today I will kill you first. Yi Shiwen shouted. His white hair fluttered in the chaos, and his chi and blood boiled to the peak. On his body, the martial honorable seal suddenly flew out, grew bigger and bigger, and then suppressed towards the mythical fire Heavenly Lord. He did not really want to kill the mythical fire Heavenly Lord, but merely wanted to stop him and not let him intervene. Dealing with one dominator and dealing with two dominators were two completely different concepts. The fire Heavenly Monarch roared. He wanted to send the martial sovereign seal flying, not letting it stop him. However, the martial sovereign seal had been tempered by Lin Fan and was now a true sovereign Tao treasure. It was impossible to kill the blazing fire Heavenly Monarch with its own power, but it was still easy for it to stop him. Do you think that stopping the Inferno Heavenly Monarch will work? The puppet Heavenly Monarch sneered. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen felt that his body wasn't listening to him. He opened his heavenly eye and saw that his body was covered with the principles of the Great Way. These principles of the Great Way turned into lines that hung down from the void and attached to the surface of his body. They affected and controlled his movements, turning him into a marionette. He was at the mercy of the puppet Heavenly Lord. Insignificant skill. Yi Shiwen sneered, and the endless vitality in his body rose up, directly dispersing the lines formed by the principles of the Great Way. They could no longer affect him. However, at this time, the puppet Heavenly Lord had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen and unleashed a punch. It was another peerless martial art unimaginable. One punch destroyed the universe, and an unimaginable scene was born. Yi Shiwen was fearless and took a step forward and slapped down with his palm. Cosmic creation palm. Yi Shiwen's palm slapped down, and in an instant it hit the fist and a huge explosion was heard. The puppet Heavenly Lord screamed, and his figure retreated tens of millions of miles, directly tearing a huge crack in the chaos. His body, which had been refined into a puppet, was broken in many places. How could this be? Your vitality shouldn't be this strong. We specifically chose to attack you when you're severely injured and frail. There's no way we could have made a mistake, the puppet Heavenly Monarch said in disbelief. His eyes were full of disbelief, because he had calculated that under such circumstances, Yi Shiwen shouldn't be able to use his best combat skills. In the martial arts era, martial arts were the best, and the best was hand-to-hand combat. Not only was the body strong, but also the martial arts that relied on the strength of the body had reached the peak. However, in order to use these martial skills, one must have a strong chi and blood. As the saying goes, the fist is afraid of the young and strong. This truth was applicable everywhere. Yi Shiwen was no longer in his peak state, so it was reasonable to say that it was impossible for him to have such a formidable hand-to-hand combat ability. Even if he forcibly increased his vitality, old and weak were still old and weak. This was an undeniable and unavoidable problem. Yes, I am old and weak, so I might not be able to kill you like this. Yi Shiwen said with a cold smile, "How much did I pay to lure you out?" As Yi Shiwen said, his hair turned black, and the wrinkles on his face disappeared. In a short time, he had returned to his peak state. His whole body was shrouded in immortal light, and countless golden lights of virtue flew out, forming millions of divine rainbows. Impossible! You suffered from the backlash of the rules. This kind of injury can't be faked. The puppet lord's eyes widened, still in disbelief. He didn't believe that he was wrong. Moreover, he was the only one who was wrong. It was impossible for all four rulers to be wrong. Of course this injury can't be faked. Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. Of course, the injury on his body was not faked. Faked injuries could not fool peerless experts like the Puppet Lord and the Bug Lord, so his injury was real, but it could not be healed. He had absorbed so much golden lights of virtue, so he could naturally heal his injury. However, he had not chosen to recover. He was waiting for such an opportunity. This was a trap that he had set up to draw the sovereigns over to him. To Shao Qin, those rulers were like venomous bugs, existences that could threaten the martial epic at any time. However, they hid in the primal chaos and could not attack them. Hence, Shao Qin had to think of a way to force those rulers out or lure them out. He knew that those rulers were afraid of his combat strength, so they would not make a move easily. After all, he had killed the Heavenly Lord Yama and the Storm Heavenly Lord, and so many years had passed. They probably didn't know what kind of strength they had. However, Yi Shiwen did not want to let these poisonous snakes in the darkness go. He might as well lure them over and kill them in one go. For rulers was enough to reduce a lot of future troubles for the martial epic. The backlash from the natural laws was real, and his attempt to mend the heavens was also real. If it worked, that would be for the best. If it didn't, he would use it as a prelude to draw the sovereigns over and kill them. These rulers of the ancient epics would stir up trouble every time the world changed. They could be said to be the natural enemies of the current epic, so Yi Shiwen had to be careful. However, you are too confident. Even if you are not severely injured and on the verge of death, do you think you have any chance of winning against the four of us? The puppet Heavenly Lord's injuries healed rapidly, although Yi Shiwen had caught him off guard and caused him to suffer. Given his accumulations, he would not die just like that. How would you know if you don't try? Yi Shiwen said with a faint smile, "You are just a half-step ruler, and yet you dare to scheme against us four rulers. You are finished. We will definitely tear you to pieces and grind your bones to dust." The hot-tempered, fire Heavenly Lord roared. He could no longer hold back. "Say that if you can survive." Yi Shiwen looked coldly at the fire Heavenly Lord before charging at the puppet Heavenly Lord. Countless divine lights flew out of Yi Shiwen's body and turned into a terrifying tide. Every ray of light could tear the chaos and severely damage a world. On the other hand, the puppet Heavenly Monarch wasn't to be outdone, and he pounced over from afar. This time he didn't hold back any longer, and he used his body as a means of attack. His fists actually emanated a myriad of strands of immortal light, and then he attacked Yi Shiwen. Bang! 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 The puppet Heavenly Lord's fists collided with Yi Shiwen's universe creation palm. It was as if two worlds were colliding. The clanging sound could break the endless galaxy. The boundless chaos collapsed silently and was destroyed. It looked extremely terrifying from afar. Both sides fought faster and faster. The divine lights on their bodies continued to tear the chaos. Just when everyone thought that the puppet Heavenly Lord could confront Yi Shiwen head-on, suddenly the puppet Heavenly Monarch let out a shrill cry, and then his arms that he'd been attacking ceaselessly had actually exploded in midair. In fact, he had already suffered a big loss in the previous collision with Yi Shiwen. However, he did not dare to stop, because if he stopped, it would not be as simple as suffering a big loss. And these injuries condensed and gathered together, causing him to completely explode. It was too fierce. In a head-on hand-to-hand combat, no one was a match for Yi Shiwen. The gap was too big. The puppet Heavenly Lord's feeling was right. He could not stop, because the moment he was blasted away, Yi Shiwen's next attack had already arrived. Yi Shiwen's big hand suddenly fell down as if it was chopping a coffin. The puppet Heavenly Lord's body, which had been refined into a Dominator Dao tool, was slapped by this hand. It exploded on the spot and shook the entire chaos. In an endless amount of time, the spatial storm surged in reverse. This large hand pierced through the puppet Heavenly Monarch, instantly killing him. It had not been long since the start of the battle, but the puppet Heavenly Lord had fallen. Countless people were terrified, but there were also countless people who were cheering. Chapter 38:55. Of course, the ancient eras in the primal chaos were terrified. Yi Shiwen killed the puppet Heavenly Monarch as if he was slaughtering chickens and dogs. It was simply terrifying. It was as if they had seen the birth of another peerless killing god. However, the experts of the Fortune God dynasty were extremely excited when they saw Yi Shiwen's amazing performance. With the protection of such a matchless god of war, how could they not prosper, especially when the martial arts era was going downhill and getting weaker and weaker? Yi Shiwen was like a stabilizing force, stabilizing everyone's panic and uneasiness. After Yi Shiwen killed the puppet heavenly monarch with one strike, he collected his corpse. Although his entire body was a puppet and not flesh and blood, the world tree had a way to absorb it. Not only did it absorb flesh and blood, but it also absorbed the laws of these rulers to continuously improve the laws of the world tree. You lured us here so that you can defeat us one by one. If you take the initiative to attack, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to defeat us one by one. The Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch blasted away the martial sovereign seal with one hand. It was extremely domineering, but it could not change the overall situation. Yi Shiwen had already killed the puppet heavenly monarch. As Yi Shiwen said before, this was the overall situation. The Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch already understood Yi Shiwen's plan. If Yi Shiwen took the initiative to attack, then the rulers would join forces. At that time, no matter how strong Yi Shiwen was, he would not be able to kill all four of them. This was because in the depths of the primal chaos, Qin Zun and the Middle Heavenly Venerables would find it difficult to mobilize the power of faith, let alone stop any of the rulers. At that time, Yi Shiwen would truly become a loner, and he would have to face the siege of 4 people by himself. However, it was different in the martial Dao era. They were worried that Yi Shiwen would attract the martial Dao era's heavenly Dao to kill them. Most of the time their hands and feet were tied, which was why they fell into Yi Shiwen's trap. You really schemed well. The Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch said coldly as he looked at Yi Shiwen. However, there was no point in saying all this now. If not for you all eyeing the martial epic covetously, wanting to destroy my martial epic at all times, I would not have to do this. Yi Shiwen said. It seemed like he had succeeded in this scheme, but only he knew how much he had to pay. The backlash of the rules wasn't easy to bear. In fact, if one's cultivation was slightly weaker, an ordinary half-step ruler would have died from the backlash. You are defying the heavens. Do you think you can save the martial epic? You are standing against everyone. No one will let you continue like this. When the time comes, the rulers of that mysterious place will come out one after another. Do you think you have a chance of winning? Leaf Fire Heavenly Monarch said loudly. Yi Shiwen's move was equivalent to going against all the rulers of the ancient era. One was already terrifying enough, let alone so many people. Some things have to be done. Even if there are millions of people, I still have to do it. Yi Shiwen sighed and stood with his hands behind his back. Don't make it sound so noble. What we are doing is just to stay alive and wait for the arrival of a flawless era. We are waiting for that eternity. You are doing this just to stay alive. Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch said without giving him any face. That's right. In order to survive, no matter how many of you stand in front of me, no matter how many people say that I'm wrong, I will not retreat. Not only me, I will also protect my family, my everything. Have you ever thought that instead of waiting for the so-called flawless era to come, why not create it yourself? With so many rulers working together, I don't believe we can't create such an era, Yi Shiwen said as he looked at the Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch. The Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch's body trembled slightly. He seemed to be stunned by Yi Shiwen's boldness. To create such a flawless era without relying on others was a shocking idea. It's too late. We have already gone too far on this path. Our paths are different. We can't work together. The Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch was also very tempted, but he could only give up in the end. Different paths were enough to explain everything. If that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. Die! Yi Shiwen roared and took a step forward. Suddenly, he turned into a divine rainbow, penetrated the chaotic universe, and directly rushed to the front of the Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch. The Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch also roared. He wanted to fight to the death with Yi Shiwen. Endless divine flames were burning around him. They soared like fire dragons and rushed towards Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen also clenched his fist and punched out. Bang! 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 There was a loud roar. Yi Shiwen directly blew up these fire dragons and then rushed to the front of the Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch. He directly punched on the Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch's body. The Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch spat out a mouthful of blood. It turned into a sky full of flames and burned in the chaos. The momentum of Yi Shiwen's fist did not decrease. It continuously bombarded on the Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch's body. The Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch's body was covered in blood, and the chaos was surging. The whole scene was extremely shocking. The Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch wanted to struggle. However, it was obvious that it was not enough in front of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's attack was completely overwhelming. In terms of cultivation and realm, there was no way for him to compare with the Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch. Therefore, he did not consider suppressing in this aspect. However, his fleshly body, forged from the golden light of karmic virtue, was simply too powerful. He was able to crush even a sovereign. Boom! The Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch was hit by Yi Shiwen again. He flew out on the spot and was blasted into the chaos. A huge crack appeared in the chaos. Puff! The Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch spat out another mouthful of blood. The blood was mixed with his great path and his origin. They were all blasted out by Yi Shiwen's punch. I'm not willing. I'm not willing. The Inferno Heaven Monarch let out a blood-curdling scream. His entire body was enlarging. His Dharma idol was also very terrifying. It was a mass of primal chaos flames where his origin was located. He wanted to burn Yi Shiwen alive. However, Yi Shiwen was not afraid at all. He reached out with his palm and penetrated the mass of chaotic fire. Then he grabbed the Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch's spirit. Bang! The Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch's spirit was crushed by Yi Shiwen on the spot. He could not fight back at all. Another ruler had fallen. Everyone was stunned by this terrifying killing efficiency. A ruler might not even be born in an era, but he died in Yi Shiwen's hands just like that. He could not fight back at all. Had the current Yi Shiwen really become so powerful? No wonder those rulers did not dare to take the initiative to attack Yi Shiwen. With such terrifying combat strength, those rulers had to be careful when facing Yi Shiwen. This was absolutely right. Just as everyone was shocked, suddenly, another extremely fierce aura was awakened in the chaos. Everyone looked and saw that it was the Insect Lord who had rushed out of the universe creation map. The Middle Heavenly Master could not stop the Insect Lord at all. As he had said before, he could only barely delay Yi Shiwen for a short period of time. After all, his skills were obviously far inferior to Yi Shiwen and Qin Zun. At this time, he vomited blood and retreated into the creation domain. However, there was no panic on his face. He had seen how Yi Shiwen killed the Leaf Fire Heaven Monarch and the Puppet Heaven Monarch. In his opinion, there would be no problem for him to protect himself this time. In contrast to the Middle Heavenly Venerate, Insect Lord, who had just rushed out of the Creation Universe map, was stunned. Although he had not been trapped in the Creation Universe map for a long time, he had indeed been stunned. Therefore, he did not know that the Puppet Heavenly Monarch and the Inferno Heavenly Monarch had fallen. However, as soon as he came out, he could feel the will of heaven and earth. He could even feel that the nomological laws of the two rulers had not dissipated yet. There was actually a sense of sadness. That was the will of heaven and earth. You actually killed the two of them. The Insect Lord looked at Yi Shiwen in front of him, dumbfounded, as if he did not recognize him. That's right. You will be the same next. There will be no difference. Yi Shiwen's voice was extremely cold. How dare you? The Bug Lord let out a long howl. At some point, the entire primordial chaos had become filled with an endless sea of bugs. devouring everything in its path. Even primordial chaos energy was devoured by them, and they used this method to traverse the chaos-verse. This endless sea of insects could even destroy an entire era's civilization. In the chaos, there was no one who did not fear them. Child's play. Yi Shiwen opened his mouth and immediately spat out endless chaotic flames. These endless sea of insects were burned to ashes in an instant. Not a single trace of them remained. Just as Yi Shiwen burned the sea of insects to death, suddenly an incomparably huge insect had emerged from the chaos. Then it opened its terrifying bloody mouth that could easily swallow a world and bit towards Yi Shiwen. It wanted to bite Yi Shiwen to death while he was alive. However, Yi Shiwen was not in a hurry. With a twist of his body and a side kick, his leg swept out like a pillar that supported the sky. The entire chaos was torn into a huge crack, and then Yi Shiwen's leg directly blasted on the head of the insect lord. Boom! The insect lord's head was directly smashed by Yi Shiwen's kick. Countless pieces of flesh and blood splattered, and its unimaginably huge body also flew out in the chaos, retreating repeatedly. It was just one blow, and the insect lord was seriously injured. The insect lord did not see the battle between Yi Shiwen and the other two heaven lords. Otherwise, it would not have dared to fight with Yi Shiwen so carelessly. His gigantic body didn't have any effect at all. Chapter 38:56. The insect lord had already suffered a great loss in just a short period of time. The insect lord did not pay much attention to Yi Shiwen. In other words, it did not have an objective understanding of Yi Shiwen's current strength. The insect lord did not see it when Yi Shiwen killed the puppet heaven lord and the inferno heaven lord. Therefore, its entire head was blown up by Yi Shiwen. The insect lord retreated again and again after suffering such a huge loss. Then it grew another head in the chaos. When it looked at Yi Shiwen, its eyes were full of fear. If it had not figured out Yi Shiwen's strength in the beginning, then it had now completely understood how terrifying Yi Shiwen was. Step by step, Yi Shiwen walked towards the insect lord. Every step he took covered millions of miles. His speed was astonishing, but he seemed to be so calm and relaxed. His movements were extremely fast. In an instant, he crushed in the direction of the insect lord. That terrifying aura directly blew up the chaos. No one could imagine how someone could be so powerful. The insect lord roared and soared up like a soaring azure dragon. It stirred up the entire chaos. Around its body, the entire space and time were distorted. Beams of terrifying chaotic light shot out and blasted towards Yi Shiwen. The insect lord's attacks were more terrifying than the previous. They could shatter the chaos and were as thick as a galaxy. The world was shocked. However, Yi Shiwen was not afraid at all. He simply took a step forward and blasted out a punch. Boom! 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 No matter how many tricks the insect lord had up its sleeves, it seemed to be nothing in front of Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen just used his bare hands to blow them up casually. He approached the insect lord step by step and rushed in front of it. Yi Shiwen raised his right hand and raised his palm towards the sky. Then the revered martial seal suddenly flew out with a whooshing sound. Then it started to revolve. It seemed as if a galaxy had been condensed into this revered martial seal. Then an inexhaustible radiance of martial arts blossomed out and suddenly suppressed everything. Boom! A mass of light exploded from the chaos. With the point of collision as the core, it directly swept in all directions. This attack directly pierced through the entire chaos, creating a terrifying bottomless hole. Even if the chaos chi filled it up, it would be of no use because it would be constantly devoured by this hole. Roar! A huge and terrifying roar erupted from the chaos. Then a figure surged in the chaos. Who else could it be but Insect Lord? Everyone finally saw that the Insect Lord's head had been smashed off in the chaos. There was a huge hole on his head, which was caused by Yi Shiwen's martial, venerable seal. The martial sovereign seal was a virtuous, sacred artifact, so one could imagine how hard it was. The bug lord had suffered a great loss when it had clashed head-on with it. Yi Shiwen's killing intention was boiling even more. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and said, "Today I will kill all of you." His expression was incomparably confident. He stood proudly in the world and looked disdainfully at all times. No one had ever been able to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. A half-step sovereign had slaughtered a sovereign. There had never been such a person since ancient times. At this moment, no one would take Yi Shiwen's claim of killing the 4 sovereigns as a joke anymore. He indeed had the ability and strength to do so. At this moment, the insect lord suddenly moved. In the distant chaos, the insect Tao era emitted hundreds of millions of rays of light, covering the sky and covering the earth. In an instant, the insect Tao era had already appeared in front of Yi Shiwen, and then it suppressed Yi Shiwen. You actually refined the insect Tao era into your sovereign Tao artifact. Yi Shiwen's eyes flashed as he said. He had seen all sorts of Tao items, including sovereign Tao items. There were also Tao items like the Fortune of the Universe Scroll, which could project mountains and rivers into the Fortune of the Universe Scroll, and then use the projection of the Fortune world to attack opponents. But to refine an entire epic into a sovereign Tao item was a terrifying thing to think about. The insect lord devoured the heavens and the earth, devouring everything. In the end, he also devoured the heavenly Tao of their era. Only then could he turn the insect Tao era into his sovereign Tao artifact. This was very terrifying. In terms of power, it was even above the average sovereign Tao artifact. However, the insect Tao era was also the lair of the insect lord. Under normal circumstances, it would not be used easily. However, at this time he was already forced into a dead end by Yi Shiwen. He could not care so much anymore. The power of the insect Tao era could be imagined. Even if it was just an ancient era, its power was still very terrifying. The insect lord had gone through several eras to slowly devour it before he finally succeeded. Boom! This attack finally forced Yi Shiwen to retreat. Countless insect Tao armies poured over like quicksilver, sweeping over majestically. The insect Tao era was like a long worm. It opened its bloody mouth and wanted to devour Yi Shiwen in one breath. And at this moment, Yi Shiwen sneered slightly. It was unknown when he had condensed the sword Tao law in his hand. With a sweep of his sword, it was as if a galaxy had been swept out. The sword aura surged and rushed out directly. The majestic army that had rushed over was swept into nothingness on the spot. Even the insect path epic's gaping maw was blocked. However, such a block only lasted for a moment. In an instant, an endless army rushed out. It was an extremely terrifying army. Some of the insects were even as long as a galaxy. It was extremely terrifying. The smallest ones were as huge as a mountain. At this time, densely packed like locusts swept out. You will never be able to kill me. Ha ha ha. The insect lord let out a long roar. His injuries were recovering. After using the insect Tao era, he finally had a chance to catch his breath. He would not be forced to death by Yi Shiwen on the spot. Yi Shiwen could also tell that as long as the insect Tao era existed, these insect Tao armies would emerge continuously. Fabricating life out of thin air was simply unimaginable for ordinary people. However, for an era, it was just an ordinary method. In that case, I'll destroy your insect path epic first. As Yi Shiwen spoke, he muttered an incantation. Immortal light surged from all over his body, illuminating the entire primal chaos. Waves of terrifying aura surged into his body. That was the will of the martial epic's heavenly way. With Yi Shiwen's help, all of it surged into his body, giving him the blessing of the epic. He had made countless contributions to the martial epic. Therefore, his connection with the martial epic was getting closer. It could even be said that he was tied to the same chariot. Therefore, he could easily mobilize the martial epic's heavenly ways will. This was also what the sovereigns and heavenly monarchs feared the most. They would rather fight in the chaos than enter the fortune god dynasty. Yi Shiwen stretched out a huge hand and suddenly slapped the insect Dao-era. Rumble! Yi Shiwen's slap directly created a huge hole in the insect Dao-era. How is this possible? The insect Lord exclaimed in disbelief. His insect Dao-era was refined into a sovereign Dao artifact. How could it be so easily pierced and heavily injured? However, the truth was right in front of him. However, he immediately laughed sinisterly. That huge and horrifying face revealed a sinister smile. The insect Dao-era that was pierced by Yi Shiwen's hand turned into a horrifying, huge insect and swallowed Yi Shiwen. Martial monarch! Many people in the fortune god dynasty exclaimed. They only saw Yi Shiwen being swallowed by the horrifying, huge insect that the insect Dao-era had turned into. That scene was simply too horrifying. However, while they were still exclaiming, a ray of light burst out from the depths of the horrifying, huge insect. It was as if a ray of light had torn the sky full of darkness. Then a second ray, a third ray, a fourth ray, until countless rays of light burst out from the depths of the huge insect. These rays of light were like countless pairs of huge hands that directly tore the horrifying, huge insect apart. Immediately after, an even more horrifying aura descended. That was the martial epic's heavenly Tao's will, which directly enveloped this horrifying, huge insect. Everyone only saw this horrifying, huge insect's body crumbling bit by bit, revealing its original appearance. That was the insect Dao-era. The insect Dao-era was collapsing. Everywhere was collapsing. The original insect Dao-era's heavenly Tao was entangled with the martial epic's heavenly Tao. Since the insect lord could swallow the insect Dao-era's heavenly Tao, naturally it was not that strong. How could it block the martial epic's heavenly Tao? In just a moment it was completely devoured. Then, everyone saw a scene like the end of the world. The entire insect Dao-era collapsed. Countless insects died miserably. There were all kinds of them. Many of them had evolved to a very high level and had already evolved into insect people. However, it was useless. Before such a great calamity, no one could resist it. Among them, there were sovereign emperors and heavenly venerate level insects that tried to rush out. However, the moment they rushed out, Yi Shiwen slapped them to death. In front of Yi Shiwen, they had no chance of escaping. Yi Shiwen's figure shuttled through the insect Dao-era. In the depths of the insect Dao-era, a huge insect appeared in front of him. It was the insect lord. However, at this moment, the insect lord was in an extremely sorry state. There were all sorts of wounds all over his body. He had devoured the insect Dao-era and merged with it. Naturally, he would benefit a lot if the insect Dao-era was fine. However, if something happened to the insect Dao-era, he would be severely injured as well. Chapter 38:57. As the insect path epic continued to be severely injured, devoured, and collapsed, huge wounds appeared on the insect lord's body. It was as if someone was cutting his body with a saber. This was the price he had to bear. He chose to devour the insect path epic, so he naturally had to bear the backlash. This was a very normal thing in itself. Take Yi Shiwen, for example. Since he chose to get closer to the martial epic, he had to bear the consequences of the martial epic's decline or even destruction. This was also an important reason why he desperately wanted to prolong the martial epic's life. At his level, he could be said to have no control over himself. Hence, he understood the predicament the insect lord was facing. Every time the insect path epic collapsed, a portion of the damage would be transferred to him. However, it was impossible to kill the insect lord by destroying the insect path epic. After all, the insect lord was an independent entity. It could only severely injure or even kill the insect lord. However, it was impossible to kill the insect lord directly. The insect lord felt that his physical body was collapsing, and his spirit was also collapsing. His body was filled with scenes of destruction. It was extremely horrifying. All of this was within his expectations. He rarely used it because he knew that there was such a risk, but now he had no other choice. He could only fight Yi Shiwen to the death, and now it was finally time for the counterattack. How could he dare to stay in front of Yi Shiwen? Even if he was at his peak, he could not defeat Yi Shiwen, let alone now. However, when he wanted to escape, he discovered that the entire space in the chaos had been sealed by someone. Obviously, there was no one else but Yi Shiwen who would do such a thing. In the next instant, Yi Shiwen had already arrived in front of him. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Shiwen roared. Each punch was like an azure dragon, flickering with billions of rays of light in the primal chaos, directly blasting the insect lord's body. The insect lord could not resist at all, or rather, there was no place for him to escape. He did not have time to break through the spatial boundary that Yi Shiwen set up. Bang! Insect lord's body was blasted away. This time, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. His physical body was already on the verge of collapsing. He tried so hard to suppress it, but now he finally couldn't hold it any longer and collapsed. The insect lord's body suddenly dispersed and turned into a bloody mist that filled the sky. His body had just recondensed, and then he only saw Yi Shiwen's fist coming down again. Bang! His body exploded once again. It was extremely tragic. Every time his body regrew, Yi Shiwen would kill him. I can't accept this. The insect lord let out a deafening roar and looked at Yi Shiwen with its huge eyes. That was the ultimate despair. As it roared, the flesh and blood of its entire body burned. Everyone could even feel a kind of sorrow in the entire universe. That was the sorrow of chaos for the insect lord. The bug lord, who had been forced to his limits, burned all of his flesh and blood to unleash a terrifying attack. This was the final attack of a ruler, as well as his most terrifying attack. It was simply too terrifying. Rumble! The entire chaos was swept away, revealing a huge scar. It was a crack that seemed to have existed since ancient times. The power of time lost its effect on this crack. Yi Shiwen couldn't dodge it. This attack directly blasted towards the martial epoch. If Yi Shiwen didn't block it, the entire martial epoch would be severely injured. After all, this was the final attack of a ruler, and it burned all of its life essence. Yi Shiwen didn't dodge. He waved his hand suddenly, and a scroll fell from the sky. It was the universe creation scroll. Yi Shiwen pinched a seal, and the universe creation scroll grew bigger and bigger. In just an instant, it had turned into the size of a world. Rumble! The insect lord's final attack directly swept out and blasted into the universe creation scroll. Rumble! Countless cosmos, mountains, and rivers in the universe creation scroll were all destroyed. This terrifying attack seemed like the end of the world. If it wasn't for the universe creation scroll blocking it, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, even if it was the Good Fortune universe map, it was still a bit difficult to block such an attack. Seeing that it was about to be pierced by this attack, Yi Shiwen made his move. His big hand grabbed the Good Fortune universe map. Yi Shiwen's big hand was like order. Wherever the big hand grabbed, the order and the rules would be stabilized. Then he grabbed the energy of the blood essence and crushed it in an instant. This attack was considered to have completely disappeared. I can't accept this. Aha! The insect lord roared. Its body exploded, and its soul was completely set on fire. All it saw was that its final attack had failed in the end. It was blocked by the universe creation scroll and Yi Shiwen. It was unwilling to accept that its final attack couldn't even cause any trouble to Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen hurriedly reached out with one hand and grabbed the remaining flesh of the insect lord in his hand. It was just that most of the energy and laws contained in the insect lord's flesh had been burned after this attack. Its value was already greatly reduced. However, Yi Shiwen didn't say much. He just put the huge body of the insect lord into his inner world. Another one died. The insect lord didn't just die by himself. He buried the insect Tao epic together. Another ancient era has been destroyed. Another inheritance has been destroyed. It can't be considered destroyed. The insect Tao epic was devoured by the martial Tao epic. The insect Tao epic civilization will definitely be reborn in the martial Tao epic. Countless people looked at Yi Shiwen in shock. The martial Tao epoch was besieged by 4 dominators. How dangerous was the situation? However, in the blink of an eye, 3 dominators had fallen. Only Bloodlord, who was facing Qin Zun, was left. He was afraid that Bloodlord would not be able to escape death. The crowd had never been so confident in Yi Shiwen before. Just as everyone was looking at Yi Shiwen, wondering when he would make a move, Yi Shiwen stopped. He was only in the epic battlefield where the 10 divine cities were. This was already at the periphery of the martial Tao epic. He didn't make a move. He just looked at Qin Zun. At this moment, the battle between Qin Zun and Blood Lord had reached a white-hot stage. Blood Lord Sea of Blood drowned the entire primal chaos. Fortunately, they didn't start the battle in the martial Tao epic. Otherwise, Blood Lord alone could pose a huge threat to the martial Tao epic. In the end, a ruler was different from a half-step ruler. A half-step ruler had to work with an endless army to pose a huge threat to the martial epic. However, a ruler could do it alone. If Yi Shiwen did not stop him, it was even possible for a ruler to destroy the martial epic alone. Qin Zun was no weaker. The sword Tao he casually sent out could destroy a world. The primal chaos green lotus under his feet also had a great origin. It was the primal chaos green lotus that was truly born in the primal chaos. It had appeared briefly during the creation of the world and then disappeared. Countless people had searched for the primal chaos green lotus, but they all failed in the end. Not only the martial Tao epic, but also the experts of other ancient epics. This was because the primal chaos green lotus appeared not only in the martial Tao epic. There were also legends about the primal chaos green lotus in other epics. It seemed like there had been countless legends about the primal chaos green lotus since a long time ago. For countless epics, countless people had searched for the primal chaos green lotus. However, even the rulers had not succeeded. Now, Qin Zun actually obtained it. Yi Shiwen was somewhat speechless. This Qin Zun's luck was also terrifyingly strong. Normally, only one person could become a supreme ruler in an epic. After Qin Zun achieved his Tao, he blocked everyone else's path. It was just like in the martial epic, when the fortune creation Heavenly Lord seized all the opportunities in the world by himself, blocking everyone else's path to greater heights. However, apart from him, Qin Zun actually had the hope of achieving his Tao. Although it was just a hope, it was already very shocking in a situation where no one else had the slightest chance. The fact that Qin Zun could find the primal chaos green lotus showed that there was a problem. Luck was something that could not be explained clearly. However, at the crucial moment, it would dictate everything. Yi Shiwen looked over. Although Qin Zun was obviously at a disadvantage in the battle with the Blood Lord, he was more tenacious and did not give up at all. Moreover, as the battle went on, Qin Zun's comprehension of the Tao actually accelerated. He needed such an opportunity. Yi Shiwen immediately understood that Qin Zun was making a breakthrough. Yes, after Qin Zun had been in closed-door cultivation for thousands of years, he finally ushered in his opportunity to make a breakthrough. Originally, Qin Zun did not have enough external forces. Hence, he had been given so much time, but he had not succeeded. Now, with the pressure from the Blood Lord, the opportunity that Qin Zun found in the mysterious place was finally going to sprout. Little by little, he was making a breakthrough. Little by little, he was transforming. Yi Shiwen stared at this scene. Qin Zun's transformation was like a textbook for him. It allowed him to observe the changes in Qin Zun's Tao during this process. Such an opportunity was not common. Ordinary half-step rulers would not have the chance to see it. This was equivalent to a ruler teaching you a breakthrough through personal experience. The battle lasted for 10 years. In these 10 years, Qin Zun's gradual transformation finally attracted the attention of the Blood Lord. However, at this time, it was already impossible for him to leave. He could not even extricate himself from the battle. Finally, Qin Zun completed the final transformation. In the chaos, the final world-ending calamity appeared. Chapter 38:58. Qin Zun had finally completed his training during the battle. He had completely integrated the opportunity into his body. He was about to undergo the heavenly tribulation. All the half-step rulers in the primal chaos were dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold before them. Is there really something different about the martial epic? It's not enough to have a fortune heaven monarch. There's also a monster like martial monarch who can fight against a ruler as a half-step ruler. Is there going to be another ruler now? Many people exclaimed. They could accept a miracle if it happened once, but if it happened again and again, they were a little dumbfounded. This had already exceeded the limit of what they could accept. Qin Zun looked at the increasingly powerful heavenly tribulation in the sky. He turned around and said to Yi Shiwen, "Thank you. I'll leave the rest to you." After saying that, Qin Zun took a step forward and entered the depths of the primal chaos. In an instant, the depths of the primal chaos welcomed the endless heavenly tribulation. The martial epic's heavenly Tao extended into the endless primal chaos. The Blood Lord's first reaction was to stop Qin Zun from undergoing his tribulation. The martial epic was already very tricky to deal with in the first place. If someone like Yi Shiwen appeared at this time, it would be a disaster for the other ancient epics. However, just as he was about to move, he discovered that there was another figure in front of him. It was none other than Yi Shiwen. "You want to go over?" "Don't even think about it." Yi Shiwen looked at him coldly and said, "We haven't settled the score yet. Martial monarch, you're breaking a taboo. You're just a mere martial epoch, yet you want to have 3 rulers?" Blood Lord looked at Yi Shiwen coldly. He clearly considered Yi Shiwen as a ruler. With Yi Shiwen's current combat strength, it was not wrong to say that he was a ruler. If that was the case, the martial epoch would really become the target of public criticism. In other words, it would become a thorn in many people's eyes. "Ha ha ha, what a joke. You're talking as if you're not targeting me now," Yi Shiwen said with a sneer. "Since I started my cultivation, I've killed countless strong enemies. What am I afraid of? If they dare to come, they will all end up like you. Die without a burial place." Blood Lord's expression turned ugly when he heard Yi Shiwen's words. He said, "You want to keep me here? Young man, don't go overboard when you do things, or else we'll meet again in the future." Yi Shiwen said, "I don't have anything good to say to you. Today you have come to kill me. Either you die or I die. There is no other possibility. Today I am stronger than you. So it is only natural for you to die." The Blood Lord looked at Yi Shiwen indifferently. He had been strong all his life. What he did just now was almost his lowest stance. It was impossible for him to go any lower. At this time, he just looked at Yi Shiwen indifferently. He knew that Yi Shiwen would not easily let go of this grudge. The only way was to beat Yi Shiwen until he was afraid. He had seen too many experts. He had even seen the martial epic's fortune creation, Heavenly Monarch. He had never been afraid of him. If Yi Shiwen's performance had not been too shocking, killing 3 rulers in a row, he would not have said anything to Yi Shiwen. Boom! Blood Lord made his move. Although he had fought with Qin Zun for a long time, he didn't show any signs of weakness when he made his move. On the contrary, he was still in his peak state. The extreme collision finally began. The Blood Lord grabbed a trident from the boundless sea of blood. It was his ruler Dao tool. He didn't use it when he was dealing with Qin Zun. It was to guard against Yi Shiwen. But now he had no choice but to use it. Yi Shiwen took a step forward and directly killed his way into the boundless sea of blood. He didn't seem to care about the Blood Lord's sea of blood at all. As soon as he stepped into the sea of blood, bloody hands stretched out from the endless sea of blood to grab Yi Shiwen. At this time, Yi Shiwen's body burst with a burst of terrifying light. It was the light of the Gingjin ancestral qi. In an instant, the Gingjin ancestral qi turned into countless sword lights and slashed the bloody hands. Yi Shiwen rushed all the way to the front of the Blood Lord. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Shiwen blasted out a punch. Behind him, a huge 6 paths of reincarnation formed and turned into a terrifying fist momentum. It pressed down on the Blood Lord, and at that moment, the Blood Lord's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yi Shiwen. This speed could be said to be extremely fast. This isn't teleportation. Yi Shiwen didn't feel any fluctuations in space. At this time, the trident had already swept down and stabbed towards Yi Shiwen's head. Dang! The trident hit Yi Shiwen's body and set off a terrifying explosion. The explosion set off a dazzling divine light like a flower. In an instant, it filled the entire world and drowned everything. Just when the Blood Lord thought he was going to succeed, Yi Shiwen's big hand suddenly swept out from the endless divine radiance and directly grabbed the Blood Lord. Whoosh! The Blood Lord's figure disappeared again and instantly dodged the attack. The Blood Lord opened a pair of magic eyes and looked at Yi Shiwen, who was in the endless explosion. Only he knew how powerful his trident was. If an ordinary half-step dominator was swept by it, he would definitely die. There was no possibility of survival, but Yi Shiwen seemed to be unaffected. Even an ordinary dominator couldn't do this. At this time, he seemed to finally understand why the 3 dominators were killed by Yi Shiwen. This Yi Shiwen was far more terrifying than he imagined. Even though he saw Yi Shiwen kill the 3 dominators with his own eyes, he couldn't understand how terrifying Yi Shiwen was without fighting him personally. It was difficult to even injure him, let alone anything else. How can this be? He is just a mere half-step dominator. Logically, no matter how strong he is, there should be a limit. How can he be so strong? The Blood Lord still looked like he couldn't believe it. And opposite him, Yi Shiwen also felt a little strange. He had attacked fast enough, but the Blood Lord still managed to escape. Your running speed is really fast. Yi Shiwen looked at the Blood Lord coldly and said, "In my Blood Sea realm, no one's speed can match up to the injuries and deaths. Even you are useless. I am already in an invincible position." The Blood Lord said proudly. He didn't know how many masters he had fought in his life, including many peerless dominators, but he had never lost. No matter how strong the opponent was, he had never been defeated. He relied on this Blood Sea realm, which gave him unimaginable ability. Not many people could be in an invincible position to this extent. This was his supreme, secret technique. I see. Yi Shiwen nodded. He just sneered slightly and said, "Invincible position? I never believed in such a thing. It's just that I am not strong enough to break through your defense." He never believed in an invincible position. In fact, he had heard a lot of such sayings. Even the golden body of merit that he had cultivated was said to be invincible in many legends, because no one could break through the golden body of merit. But of course, this was not the case. His golden body of merit had been destroyed more than once. It proved that the golden body of merit was not completely invincible. In the process of mending the sky, he also suffered the backlash of the rules. So he never believed that there was any method that was truly invincible. There were only invincible people. There were no magical powers or secret techniques that were invincible. Since you are invincible in this Blood Sea realm, then I will break your Blood Sea realm." Yi Shiwen said, "Ha ha ha ha. Do you think I didn't think of that? But that is simply impossible. My Blood Sea realm can be reborn infinitely as long as there is a drop of blood left." Blood Lord laughed and said he didn't mind telling Yi Shiwen some inside stories, because even if Yi Shiwen knew, it would be useless if he couldn't break his Blood Sea realm. Yi Shiwen didn't care about this. His whole body began to burn with Nanming leaf fire. In an instant, this flame burned the entire Blood Sea. But soon he found that no matter how he burned, this Blood Sea seemed to be endless. When he evaporated a piece, it would grow again. As the Blood Lord had said, he was invincible. No one had ever been able to completely evaporate his Blood Sea domain. Therefore, he had told Yi Shiwen about it without any reservation. "I said it's impossible," Blood Lord said while laughing. As soon as his voice fell, he had already appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. The trident was already in front of Yi Shiwen's face, and it seemed like it was going to pierce through Yi Shiwen's body. Yi Shiwen's expression didn't change. He just raised his hand indifferently and blocked the attack. But before Yi Shiwen could launch a counterattack, Blood Lord's figure had already appeared behind Yi Shiwen and launched an attack. Bang! 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 There was a loud roar. Blood Lord's attack was continuous, directly forming afterimages. His afterimages seemed to have turned into countless figures, wrapping Yi Shiwen in it. Relying on the Blood Sea, Blood Lord really exerted the speed law to the extreme. Yi Shiwen had never seen anyone who could be so fast. Even with the help of the Blood Sea, it was already shocking enough. Blood Lord could be ranked among the rulers because he had his unique ability. If he wasn't forced into a corner by Yi Shiwen, he probably wouldn't use all his special skills. "I understand," Yi Shiwen shouted loudly. Chapter 38:59. Suddenly Yi Shiwen roared. Boundless golden light shot out from both of his hands. In an instant he tore apart the Blood Lord's silhouettes that surrounded him. The two of them faced each other from a distance. In terms of speed and absolute defense, the two of them each occupied a line. Both of them were unable to do anything to the other in their respective domains. "Martial Lord, you can't kill me. If you are willing to let go today, let's stop here. How about that?" Blood Lord said confidently. In his opinion, he was already giving Yi Shiwen face. If they continued fighting, Yi Shiwen would not be able to do anything to him. But what he was really worried about was Qin Zun. If Qin Zun successfully passed the tribulation and successfully became a dominator, that would be the most terrifying thing. One dominator could not do anything to him, but two dominators were enough to pose a fatal threat to him. To become a dominator expert, there would not be any obvious shortcomings. For example, his cultivation in physical cultivation was also very strong. It was just that he could not defeat Yi Shiwen, a freak like him. "Let go? That's absolutely impossible." Yi Shiwen sneered. "I said before that I will kill you, so I will definitely kill you." "Humph, you overestimate yourself." Blood Lord snorted coldly. But at this time he began to look a little anxious. Although it was still early for Qin Zun to pass the tribulation, Yi Shiwen's unyielding attitude was the most terrifying. If Yi Shiwen did not let go even if he died, then he might really be seriously injured or even killed in the end. And just as he was thinking about these things, Yi Shiwen had already moved. He muttered, and suddenly his domain expanded. Yi Shiwen's domain was of course the martial arts domain, but he rarely used it. Generally speaking, he rarely encountered a difficult opponent like Blood Lord. In an instant, 3,000 martial arts completely covered the entire space and began to compete with Blood Lord's Blood Dao Law for the control of the rules. Generally speaking, in a space, there could only be one set of rules. It was impossible for a second set of rules to operate. This was because the rules of many eras were completely different. At this time, whoever was stronger would be able to seize more control. You overestimate yourself. You actually want to compete with me in understanding the rules." The Blood Lord laughed heartily. He naturally had his own pride. In terms of comprehension of the principles, he was definitely far superior to Yi Shiwen. No matter what level of fighting prowess Yi Shiwen had, it was useless in this domain. The strong were the strong, the weak were the weak. This was also the reason why Yi Shiwen rarely used this method. It was because he was absolutely weak in this aspect. He would suffer a huge loss if he were to compete with the opponent for the control of the principles. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to persist for long. Yi Shiwen naturally wouldn't use his weakness to confront the enemy's strength head-on. Sure enough, as soon as he released his martial Dao domain, it was completely suppressed by the Blood Sea domain. The domain of a dominator was far stronger than the domain of a half-step dominator. The Blood Lord laughed out loud. In his opinion, Yi Shiwen was simply courting his own death. He was completely overestimating himself. Yi Shiwen smiled and took another step forward. In an instant, he appeared in front of the Blood Monarch. The Blood Lord was about to move, but before he could do so, he was hit by Yi Shiwen's fist. Bang! The Blood Monarch flew backward for tens of millions of miles in an instant. A flower of blood burst out of his body, and blood flowed everywhere. Impossible! How can I be hit by someone? The Blood Monarch said in disbelief. At this time, Yi Shiwen had already caught up. He directly transformed into a 10 million feet tall image, and then trampled in the direction of the Blood Monarch. The Blood Monarch directly used the Blood Shield technique to escape this kick, but in the process of escaping, he was still shocked and injured by this kick. And Yi Shiwen's attack had already caught up again in an instant, not giving the Blood Monarch the slightest chance to escape at all. Bang! 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 There was a loud roar. With each roar, the Blood Monarch was hit once. Although each time was not very serious, and he was only swept a little, Yi Shiwen couldn't even touch his clothes before. But now every attack hit his body. These injuries were endless, and there was no time to stop and recover. They could only accumulate deeper and deeper. In an instant, he was kicked in the chest by Yi Shiwen. Bang! Countless amounts of blood splashed out from the Blood Monarch's body. It was completely different from the boundless blood sea. It was his blood essence and also the essence of his whole body. The Blood Monarch fell into the blood sea, and his body was almost blown apart by Yi Shiwen's blow. He also finally escaped from Yi Shiwen's attack range with this blow. I understand. You released the martial arts domain not to compete with me for the control of the law, but to disrupt my absolute control of the law, right? The Blood Monarch also instantly understood Yi Shiwen's plan. Although Yi Shiwen's martial arts domain could not compete with his Blood Sea domain, it was still possible to break his monopoly of the law. Once he was unable to operate the Blood Sea domain perfectly, his speed would no longer be as superb as it was before. This was a fatal flaw of his Sea of Blood domain. However, this was only relative to Yi Shiwen. Even if the Blood Monarch did not have the absolute advantage in speed, generally speaking, he would never be defeated. It was just that he encountered a freak like Yi Shiwen that completely turned his disadvantage into an injury. That's right, without speed you are nothing. Yi Shiwen pounced again. He already had absolute confidence that he could kill the Blood Monarch and completely eradicate the future threat of an ancient era to the martial arts era. One must know that there were not many ancient eras that could give birth to rulers. Even now, the number of rulers that were still alive would not be that many. Every time one was killed, their power would be reduced. The Blood Monarch's body exploded. He finally could not stand it anymore, and was blown up by Yi Shiwen with one hand. The Blood Monarch screamed, and his whole body flew out. Then everyone only saw Yi Shiwen's crazy offensive unfolding. The sky was filled with his shadows. 3,000 shadows, each of which practiced a kind of martial arts, launched a fatal attack. The Blood Monarch's body was blown up countless times. Even he himself could not remember how many attacks he had suffered. The blood monarch's body constantly exploded and blood gushed out. His spirit began to burn. Roar! After the blood monarch let out a long roar, he shouted, "Blood seal the world!" In an instant, time froze, space froze, and everything froze. Everything was completely sealed by the blood monarch's blood Tao law. But at this time, Yi Shiwen's body actually began to move, breaking the blood monarch's blood Tao law bit by bit. He knew that he didn't have much time left. He looked at Yi Shiwen again. His eyes were full of resentment. He wasn't afraid of death. He was seeking longevity. However, he had already reached this point. How could he not be indifferent to life and death? But he was not willing to die like this, to die in the hands of a half-step ruler. After hundreds of millions of years, Yi Shiwen would definitely become a legend, and he would become the stepping stone for this legend. When people mentioned him, they would no longer be in awe. They would only say that he was a ruler who died in the hands of a half-step ruler, Yi Shiwen. That kind of life was worse than death. The injuries on his body were too serious, to an unprecedented degree. His spirit was burning, and his body was covered in terrible injuries. Even if he could escape this time, he did not know how many epochs he would need to recuperate to be able to recover. His body began to shine, and he struggled to summon all the magic power in his body. Under the control of his spirit, his whole body was sublimated, and a terrible power was boiling from the depths of his body. That was an extremely terrifying power. It was as if the power of creation was boiling within it. "I'm going to kill you." The blood monarch held the trident in his hand and then attacked Yi Shiwen. The trident suddenly turned into a blood dragon that pounced towards Yi Shiwen, mighty and mighty, tearing the chaos apart. This was his final attack. Most of the power in his body had been used to unleash this attack, blood seal the world. The power to unleash this attack was obtained by burning his primordial spirit and the source of the great ways. It could be said that he had bet everything on this attack. Boom! This attack landed on Yi Shiwen's body, and a dazzling blood light burst out. This blood light was like a raging tide and instantly covered the entire chaos. Everything evaporated under this endless blood light. The chaos evaporated, time evaporated, space evaporated, everything evaporated. Just as the blood monarch was feeling complacent, an even more terrible attack broke out from the endless blood light, tearing the blood light, and suddenly blasted on his body. Bang! The blood monarch's body exploded again, but this time he could not reassemble his body with difficulty, because his spirit had been completely burned, and in a burst of screams, it was burned into nothingness. This was an extremely terrible conquest. The endless blood light dissipated and a figure was revealed, but that person was not Yi Shiwen. The last terrifying attack of the blood monarch was stopped by the martial honorable seal with 3,000 martial arts, which was why he was able to counterattack. The blood monarch was too weak, and after that attack he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. How could he block Yi Shiwen's attack? At this point, the four great rulers had finally fallen. Chapter 3860. The four rulers had invaded the martial epoch, but the martial monarch Yi Shiwen had swept them all away. This battle had shaken the world and all the ancient epochs. The ancient epochs had never imagined that Yi Shiwen and the martial epoch would possess such strength. Or rather, Yi Shiwen actually possessed such strength. Before this, even the craziest person had never imagined that Yi Shiwen possessed such combat prowess. Before this, even someone as powerful as the fortune creation heavenly monarch, who could defeat a ruler, had never heard of the fortune creation heavenly monarch slaughtering rulers so brutally. Everyone knew that Yi Shiwen had slaughtered a total of 6 sovereigns. In many people's eyes, Yi Shiwen had already made a resounding achievement, becoming a ruler slaughterer. Moreover, he had accomplished this as a half-step ruler. This was unprecedented since ancient times. This was what many people feared the most, especially the ancient epochs. They knew that every time the current epic became strong, it was the most difficult time for them. Yi Shiwen was so powerful, and he even wanted to prolong the life of the martial epic. This did not conform to the natural order that they knew, nor did it conform to the great Tao that they knew. The replacement of an epic was the great Tao of primal chaos. Who could stop it? No one could stop it. Many people were secretly wondering when the rulers of that mysterious place would return. Since ancient times, very few rulers who had entered that mysterious place had returned. This was because, compared to the great Tao contained within, there were too few things in the outside world that could attract them. In a situation where the rulers were not around, who could stop him? Moreover, even if the rulers came out, they might not be able to stop Yi Shiwen's footsteps. This was what made many people tremble with fear. What worried them even more was that there was already a horrifying half-step ruler like Yi Shiwen presiding over the martial epic. Now, Qin Zun was undergoing his tribulation. Once he passed, it would be equivalent to the martial epic having two rulers presiding over it. Including the fortune creation heavenly monarch in that mysterious place, it would be equivalent to having three rulers. The martial epic's prosperity could be said to be unprecedented. No one had ever reached this level. None of the other eras had reached such a level. In the depths of the primal chaos, Qin Zun was still undergoing his tribulation. This tribulation was extremely terrifying. Even with Qin Zun's strength, he was in imminent danger. Once he passed it, he would truly transcend. But if he couldn't, his tens of thousands of years of cultivation would be reduced to ashes. There were heart devil tribulations, terrifying lightning tribulations, wind tribulations, fires, and more. All kinds of calamities broke out in an instant. There was no way to hide. It was like a fire that suddenly arose from Qin Zun's limbs and bones. Then it burned everything. Anything that stood in the way of this fire would be burned to ashes. Furthermore, the lightning tribulation seemed to have locked onto him. Regardless of whether he tried to evade it with the laws of space, the laws of speed, or even the laws of time, it was all useless. All of these lightning tribulations would fall on him. There was no other way. The only way was to endure it and survive. Yi Shiwen saw this scene with his own eyes, and the mysterious space inside his body began to revolve rapidly, trying to analyze the nature of these heavenly tribulations. He wanted to find a way to resist these heavenly tribulations. These heavenly tribulations were simply too terrifying. This scene would happen to him sooner or later, so he had no choice but to seriously consider this problem. As long as he didn't reach the ruler realm, he might fall one day. Even a ruler would face endless tribulations, let alone a half-step ruler. The so-called 10,000 tribulations were just a saying. Yi Shiwen had great ambitions. He wanted to recreate an eternal epic in the mortal realm. He didn't want to spend countless years waiting for that eternal epic that would never come. According to the records on the Tao inscription tablet, even if the chaos continued to transform like this, it would take countless eras to achieve such a transformation and perfection. Moreover, it would take an unknown amount of time to achieve such a transformation and perfection. Even he might not be able to endure until that time, not to mention his family and friends. He wasn't like the rulers of the ancient epics. Their family and friends had already died in the endless river of time. That was why they could pursue the eternal Tao without any worries. In fact, there was really nothing for them to worry about. He had to get over it, because he knew very well that if he wanted to complete this step, he would undoubtedly become the enemy of all the other rulers. Once the heavenly monarchs of the mysterious place came out, the situation would be 10 times worse than it was now. He had to make himself strong enough to survive such a calamity. Only then would the martial epic not be forcefully destroyed. 10 years had passed, and Qin Zun, who was in the primal chaos, found it increasingly difficult to pass the tribulations. The primal chaos green lotus wrapped around his body had exploded more than once, and it was withering more and more. The lightning tribulations that fell from the sky were too horrifying. The primal chaos green lotus wrapped around Qin Zun's body originally had 64 petals, but now there wasn't even half of it left. These primal chaos green lotuses weren't simple illusions. They could regrow at will. Who knew how many years of cultivation would be wasted when one petal was knocked off? Under the protection of the primal chaos green lotus, Qin Zun's bones and flesh flew everywhere. Many people had personally seen how strong Qin Zun was. Back when the martial epic attacked, he had blocked several half-step sovereigns by himself, suppressing those half-step sovereigns to the point where they could not take even half a step forward. Now, he relied on his own strength to block the blood lured for so long. Objectively speaking, he had bought enough time for Yi Shiwen to eliminate the other rulers. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen would not be this strong when facing 4 rulers at the same time. After all, although Yi Shiwen had eliminated the 4 rulers, he had done it in sequence. He had eliminated them one by one. In many people's opinion, Yi Shiwen could not possibly win against 4 rulers at the same time. It was already very impressive that he could protect himself. Even when facing the Blood Lord, Yi Shiwen had not been in such a miserable state when he was at a disadvantage. However, under the ruler's heavenly tribulation, he was simply too miserable. As time passed and a few years passed, Qin Zun's physical body actually exploded several times. Blood sprayed the primal chaos several times, and his bones broke countless times. However, they stubbornly reformed. How can the ruler's heavenly tribulation be that easy to clear? The martial epic already has the fortune creation heavenly lord. That is already enough. How can Qin Zun succeed so easily? He is dead for sure. The further he goes, the more horrifying the heavenly tribulation will be. He has already shown signs of defeat here. If this continues, what will happen? Even the heavens cannot bear to see another person like that appear in the martial epic. Many half-step rulers discussed in secret. They had all lost to Qin Zun when he fought for the Tao Foundation. Naturally, they were happy to see Qin Zun fail and die miserably in the heavenly tribulation. That would be the best. However, they did not dare to say it out loud. They did not even dare to interfere with the heavenly tribulation, as Yi Shiwen was in the primal chaos. Anyone who dared to make a move would be seeking death. After destroying 4 rulers in one go, Yi Shiwen's ferocious reputation in the primal chaos soared, reaching a limit. Yi Shiwen could even kill a ruler. What more these half-step rulers? How many moves could they block? This was something many of them knew in their hearts. Otherwise, with their deep hatred for Qin Zun, many of them would rather suffer the heavenly tribulation's backlash and think of a way to kill him. Therefore, they could only pray that the heavenly tribulation would kill Qin Zun. As if sensing the thoughts of these half-step sovereigns, Qin Zun's situation became more and more dire. The heavenly tribulation grew stronger, and the frequency at which Qin Zun's fleshly body exploded increased. Each time, it was more miserable than the last. However, Yi Shiwen's view was different from the half-step rulers. In his eyes, although Qin Zun's body exploded time and time again, the most important thing was that his life aura was endless. The flame of life in his spiritual platform was never extinguished. Although he looked like a pile of eggs, in reality he was as stable as Mount Tai. Qin Zun's body was shattered again and again, but it was a kind of metamorphosis. It continuously transformed, becoming stronger and stronger. Every time his physical body was shattered and reformed, it would become a little stronger. In the depths of Qin Zun's spiritual platform, a primal chaos green lotus was gradually budding. When this primal chaos green lotus fully bloomed, it would be the time for Qin Zun to cross the heavenly tribulation. However, whether or not he could cross the heavenly tribulation depended on Qin Zun himself. At the very least, his chances were much higher than before. The half-step rulers quickly realized that although Qin Zun looked incomparably miserable, his chances of crossing the heavenly tribulation were gradually increasing. This was because Qin Zun wasn't just being beaten, he was borrowing the power of the heavenly tribulation to transform. Many of the half-step rulers were very old and had lived through many eras. They had seen many of the current era's rulers being born. When those rulers were crossing the heavenly tribulation, they were in the same situation. They weren't just being beaten, they were constantly strengthening themselves. All of them wanted to make a move. They didn't want Qin Zun to succeed. As if he knew what they were thinking, Yi Shiwen released his aura at the right time. It was as if he was warning those half-step sovereigns that if they wanted to make a move, they could try and see if they had the ability to do so. In order to kill Qin Zun, they had to pay with their lives. They didn't have the courage to do so. Another 10 years passed, and the heavenly tribulation gradually dispersed. Qin Zun had finally crossed the heavenly tribulation. Chapter 38:61. The heavenly tribulation had finally dispersed, and so had the terrifying heavens that had enveloped Qin Zun. It had disappeared without a trace, leaving nothing behind. If it wasn't for the fact that the nearby chaos had been destroyed to an unknown extent, no one would have imagined that a terrifying heavenly tribulation had once taken place here. Qin Zun, who had survived the final heavenly tribulation, gradually recovered from his injuries. Rays of golden light rose from Qin Zun's body. In just a moment, he had recovered to his original state. At least, that was how it looked on the outside. In the next instant, Qin Zun stepped in front of Yi Shiwen and said, "Many thanks for your help, fellow Taoist. This Qin will never forget this." He knew very well that if it weren't for Yi Shiwen's protection this time, the consequences would have been extremely serious. He might even have died here in a bloodbath. Many of those restless half-step sovereigns wanted to kill him even if they had to pay a certain price. This was all thanks to Yi Shiwen's presence, blocking all the enemies. Qin Zun still addressed Yi Shiwen as fellow Taoist because he recognized Yi Shiwen's combat strength. Otherwise, how could a sovereign address a half-step sovereign as fellow Taoist when the difference between them was so small? Dragons did not live with snakes, and eagles in the sky would not interact with ants on the ground. Only people of the same level could communicate. It's nothing. On the path of seeking the Tao, you and I are both Taoists. Today you helped me once. Tomorrow I'll help you once. It's all for the sake of seeking the Tao. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Yi Shiwen waved his hand. At his level, there were simply too few people who could walk with him. People on the path of seeking the Tao were lonely. No one could understand such loneliness. This was because every step he took was unprecedented, and no one would be able to surpass him in the future. The path was long, and he would search from top to bottom, not to mention people who shared the same ideals. There were even fewer people who could be trusted and entrusted to a certain degree. Let's go. We'll return to the martial epic first. Qin Zun nodded. Then he took a step forward and returned to the martial epic. Yi Shiwen also took a step forward and returned to the martial epic. The two of them sat opposite each other in the divine court. Yi Shiwen raised his cup, took a sip of the immortal wine, and said, "Congratulations on attaining the great Tao, fellow Taoist. From now on, you'll be untainted by dust, untarnished by myriad tribulations, and live forever." Qin Zun shook his head and said, "After entering this realm, I realize that the grand Tao is just the beginning. We are still on the path of the Tao. The most important thing is survival. Half-step sovereigns can live for more than a dozen epochs, while sovereigns can live twice as long. But even if they can live twice as long, their time will come." Yi Shiwen's expression became dignified. Even a Lord Ruler couldn't live for eternity. Even the era of the Lord Ruler had been destroyed. Even the world had its end, let alone a human being. That was why he didn't want to wait one epoch after another until the perfect epoch appeared. He couldn't wait that long, and neither could his friends and family. Even with his protection, they would still have to face the celestial decay after a few epochs. They would die without any disasters or illnesses. Those sovereigns have their own unique methods to prolong their lives, but in general, they are related to the destruction of the epic. Qin Zun said, "Now I know why those sovereigns spread their great Tao to the new epoch at the beginning of the epoch. It's because they can still improve through this method. They accumulate from epoch to epoch and slowly become stronger. And when the epoch is destroyed, they can also use the methods they left at the beginning of the epoch to completely destroy the epoch and absorb the essence of the epoch to strengthen themselves. And in the martial epoch, who knows how many of those ancient epochs lords of heaven left behind?" Yi Shiwen's expression was dignified. Previously, his cultivation was not high enough, so he didn't understand the various key points. Now he understood why devouring heaven divine Lord could grow at such a shocking speed. It must be because of the methods left behind by the insect lord. With the methods left by the insect lord in the martial epoch for tens of thousands of years, devouring heaven divine Lord survived the most dangerous stage at the beginning. These sovereigns of the ancient epochs were more cunning than the last. No one knew how many methods they had left behind. So, what you're doing now is going against all the sovereigns. You've cut off their path to immortality. How can they tolerate you? Qin Zun looked at Yi Shiwen and said, "Cough, cough." Qin Zun said, and actually coughed out a strand of golden blood. Yi Shiwen frowned slightly and said, "Are your previous Tao injuries not healed yet?" Qin Zun nodded and said, "That's the Tao injuries left behind from the previous heavenly retribution. I forced the heavenly retribution, but it's just a small problem. If I were a half-step sovereign, these Tao injuries would be enough to kill me. But now that I have crossed that step, I only need a period of closed-door training to recover from the injuries." His words were filled with incomparable confidence, and it was indeed so. With his cultivation, he was indeed at the top of the current world. Moreover, he was in the prime of his life. Even the most difficult to heal Tao injuries were only a matter of time for him. Hearing Qin Zun say this, Yi Shiwen felt slightly relieved. To a large extent, he saw Qin Zun as a reliable ally. When facing the unknown future, he could have a helper. Naturally, the stronger Qin Zun was, the better. Even if I'm blocking their path, I still have to fight. If I don't fight, how can I really live until that perfect epoch appears? Those people are just wishful thinking. They definitely can't do it. Yi Shiwen said indifferently, but his words were incomparably firm. Qin Zun didn't understand why Yi Shiwen's sense of crisis was so strong. He was clearly a person born in this epoch. Speaking of which, he still had a very long life. Even as a half-step sovereign, he still had a dozen epochs left to live. Did he really have to fight in the martial epoch? After stepping into the sovereign realm, Qin Zun's vision and thinking were completely different from before. Even his vision could see many epochs into the future. He was no longer limited to the martial epoch. His plans were also more far-reaching. In his opinion, the gains and losses of an epoch were no longer that important. As long as he was still alive, there was still hope. Yi Shiwen could only shake his head. He couldn't tell Qin Zun that he learned from the Tao character steel that there was still an unknown number of years until the perfect epoch arrived. I plan to establish a perfect epoch in the martial epoch. I plan to make the martial epoch into a perfect epoch. Even if I have to go against all the other sovereigns, I don't care. Fellow Taoist, I now formally invite you to join my plan. If my plan succeeds, then you won't have to suffer for so many epochs. Isn't it better to live a carefree life? Do you want to be like those ancient epoch sovereigns, using all sorts of methods to prolong their lives? Yi Shiwen said, "This plan is very difficult and will offend many people. However, to me it is worth it. Even if there are millions of people, I will still go forward. I just don't know what your choice is." Qin Zun was silent for a while. This invitation was completely different from before. He stood in the position of a sovereign. It was a completely different concept from when he was just a half-step sovereign. His way of thinking was also different. Since fellow Taoist is so ambitious I am willing to give it a try. However, with your current strength, I'm afraid it is still not enough. Qin Zun said, although you can kill sovereigns as a half-step sovereign, in fact, among the sovereigns, the puppet heaven monarch, the blazing heaven monarch, the insect lord, and the blood monarch are still not the strongest. In fact, they can only be regarded as the weakest among the sovereigns. How are the sovereigns divided? Fellow Taoist, please enlighten me. Yi Shiwen said. He only knew that his combat strength was constantly increasing. However, he did not know how the sovereigns were divided. His realm was not high enough. There were many things that he did not know even though they were separated by a wall. Qin Zun waved his hand and said, according to the information I obtained after the tribulation, the weakest sovereigns are the ones you killed before. They were only early-stage sovereigns. Then there is the mid-stage sovereigns. Above them is the late-stage sovereigns. According to my speculation, when the fortune creation heaven monarch entered the mysterious place, he was probably a late-stage sovereign. Above that is the peak sovereign. There must be peak sovereigns in the mysterious place. For example, the founders of the eternal sacred land and the ancient chaos sacred land. Therefore, if you want to contend with them and make the martial epic into the modern world's perfect era, your current cultivation is not enough. Yi Shiwen suddenly understood. Previously, when he was in the eternal sacred land, he had already felt that something was wrong. There were strong and weak sovereigns. Some sovereigns could only enter through the eternal gate. However, there were also strong sovereigns like the fortune creation heaven monarch who could enter the mysterious place by himself. Yi Shiwen immediately felt an immense pressure. After this, I will go into closed-door cultivation to heal my injuries. After that, I will break through to the late-stage sovereign. I have been preparing for this day. There is hope in tens of millions of years. However, during this time, you can only rely on yourself, fellow Taoist. With your half-step sovereign body, your current combat strength is already the limit. If you want to improve further, the only way is to break through to the sovereign realm. With your accumulation and foundation, once you break through, I am afraid that you will directly enter the late-stage sovereign realm. If that is the case, your plan may still be possible. Chapter 3862. Yi Shiwen's words gave Qin Zun a new idea. To establish an eternal great era in the present world. What kind of breadth of mind, what kind of shocking idea was this? This was different from Qin Zun's original idea. To make the martial arts era into a perfect era, there were too many heavenly Taoists to be complemented. It even included many heavenly Taoists that had not appeared yet. This principle was not difficult to understand. There were even rulers who had tried to do it, but no one had succeeded. It was already very difficult to integrate the heavenly Taoists that had already appeared into the current era. However, this was not the key problem. The most difficult thing was the era Taoists that had not appeared yet. If the current era was not destroyed, then the new era Taoists would not appear. In that case, integrating the new era Taoists was simply a fantasy. It was impossible to achieve. Even as powerful as they were, they could not predict what the next era Taoists would be like and how they would operate. Therefore, even if they tried their best, they could only complete the great Taoists to a certain extent and extend the lifespan of the era to a certain extent. However, that was all they could do. There was still a long way to go to recreate a perfect era in the human world. It was absolutely impossible. If they could create an eternal era, then it would be fine. However, if they could not do it and only wanted to extend the lifespan of the current era, then they would violate the taboo of the rulers. This was also the reason why Qin Zun was hesitant at the beginning. He was not afraid of fighting anyone, but it was not wise to fight against the rulers for something that was impossible. However, fighting against the rulers is fine. However, this is just the beginning. The key is, are you confident that you can complete the great Taoists of the world? Just the great Tao of those ancient eras is already complicated and difficult to understand. If you want to make up for the great Tao of the future eras that haven't appeared yet, then it's even more impossible. This isn't a matter of probability, it's a matter of impossibility. Qin Jun said doubtfully, "Do you have a way to do this?" When Yi Shiwen heard this, he immediately understood Qin Jun's concerns. For ordinary rulers, this was simply impossible. "I am sure that I can do it, but the process may be very difficult." Yi Shiwen nodded and didn't conceal anything from Qin Jun. Qin Jun's eyes lit up. He suddenly thought of something and said, "It's the wordless Taoist stele in that mysterious place." Xiao Qin nearly immediately thought of the crux of the matter. If such an item existed in the martial epoch, he would have known about it long ago. In fact, the fortune Heavenly Lord would not even have a chance to obtain it. Therefore, he immediately thought of the wordless Tao tablet. The reason for that was because he still remembered that the great Taos contained within the wordless Tao stele could practically be said to contain the great Taos of the various eras. Regardless of the era, a half-step sovereign would be able to comprehend their own Tao from it. Even many sovereigns were looking for this wordless Tao stele. However, the wordless Tao stele always appeared irregularly. But now, Yi Shiwen had actually obtained it. He originally felt that it was a pity, but he didn't expect that this wordless Tao stele could complete the great Tao. This was possible. If the wordless Tao stele contained many great Taos from ancient eras, then it was indeed possible. What truly shocked Qin Jun was that the wordless Tao stele actually contained information about the future epoch. That's right. Yi Shiwen nodded. He didn't want to hide it from Qin Jun. Although this was the most confidential of secrets, he felt that Qin Jun was trustworthy. If fellow Taoist is interested, you can come to the divine court to comprehend it together with me after I finish mending the heavens. In the future, we may have to face powerful enemies. If we don't do this, we won't be able to resist. Yi Shiwen said. Qin Jun's eyes immediately lit up. If he could continue to comprehend the wordless Tao stele, then the benefits could be imagined. Now I finally understand why fellow Taoist is so powerful. With a half-step sovereign body, you can actually contend against a mid-stage sovereign expert. I'm afraid it's also because of the wordless Tao stele. Qin Jun said, Yi Shiwen's achievements were heaven-defying. Only he knew how many fortuitous encounters he had had. However, Qin Jun, who was watching from the sidelines, could only feel incomparably shocked. It's indeed because of the wordless Tao stele. Yi Shiwen nodded and didn't hide it. In fact, if it wasn't for the wordless Tao stele, just relying on the heavenly merit wouldn't have been enough for him to break through to this point. It was almost a miracle. All right, I'll disturb fellow Taoist when the time comes. Fellow Taoist is really broad-minded to open the wordless Tao stele to me. Being able to reach this step, you're indeed worthy of your reputation. Qin Jun said admiringly, fellow Taoist is too polite. In the future, you and I will need fellow Taoists' help to mend the heavens. Yi Shiwen said. He wasn't worried that the wordless Tao stele would be lost. The wordless Tao stele's tool spirit and the mysterious space had already been refined by him. He was only opening it now, so there was nothing to worry about. Besides mending the heavens, the most important thing he had to do now was to cross the heavenly tribulation and become a sovereign. Once he crossed the heavenly tribulation, he might directly become a late-stage sovereign. He might even be stronger than Qin Jun, who had just broken through to the mid-stage sovereign. However, it was precisely because of this that his heavenly tribulation would be terrifying. It would be much more terrifying than Qin Jun's heavenly tribulation. It might even attract the attention of a sovereign. Right now, Yi Shiwen had the martial epoch behind him. It could be said that he had no flaws. However, if he crossed the heavenly tribulation, he would reveal his biggest flaw. Once he crossed the heavenly tribulation, he might face a double attack from both the heavenly tribulation and the human tribulation. Even with Yi Shiwen's current strength, he would find it extremely troublesome. It might even be a situation where he had a slim chance of survival. However, if he could get Qin Jun's help, his chances of success would be much higher. The two of them could be said to be mutually beneficial. Neither would take advantage of the other. While Yi Shiwen and Qin Jun finalized their cooperation in the divine court, the martial epoch also fell into chaos because of the matter between the two of them. After so many years, the martial epoch had actually broken the curse of not having two sovereigns in one epoch. Another sovereign had actually appeared. Previously, Yi Shiwen could not be counted. Although he had attained the combat prowess of a sovereign, in reality, he was still only a half-step sovereign. It was just that ordinary people had already treated him as a sovereign. However, Qin Jun was different. He was a bona fide sovereign, a sovereign who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the fortune heavenly monarch. Countless people were excited, especially when the martial epoch was facing a decline for the first time. Everyone was panicking. Qin Jun's appearance was undoubtedly like a shot in the arm, making them all livelier. Our martial epoch can be saved. At the very least, we can prosper for tens of millions of years. From now on, our martial great sect will be unrivaled in the world. No one can stop us. It is time to accomplish something great. That's not right. The martial great sect might not be unrivaled in the world, but it can at least stand on equal footing with the divine court. Countless experts in the martial great sects were also cheering. Although the martial epoch was known as the Three Great Holy Lands, everyone knew that the divine court realm was the most respected of the three great holy lands. Below the divine court realm was the martial great sect, followed by the creation divine capital. Everyone knew that among the three holy lands, the fortune divine capital was the most experienced and had the deepest accumulations. However, its leader, the heavenly venerate, was the weakest among the three holy lands. Therefore, the fortune divine capital naturally could not stand alone among the three holy lands. Among the three holy lands, the strongest was Yi Shiwen. Naturally, the divine court was also the strongest among the three holy lands. Now, with Qin Jun defying the heavens and successfully advancing to a sovereign, the martial great sect had also leaped up and become a colossus that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine court. This gave many people more confidence in the martial epoch. After all, there are now two sovereigns overseeing the martial epoch. If the fortune divine lord was included, then there were three sovereigns overseeing the martial epoch. This was the strongest martial epoch since ancient times. After finalizing the deal with Yi Shiwen, Qin Jun returned to the martial great sect and held a grand banquet in the 100 Birds Palace. The heavenly venerates and emperors of the various factions were all invited. Yi Shiwen did not go because he had to prepare for the mending of the heavens. With his cultivation and status, it was up to him whether to go or not. There was no need to worry about some issues of understanding. However, he also sent Bian Xiaoya to represent the divine court to congratulate Qin Jun on achieving the great Tao. These emperors and heavenly venerates also rushed to the martial great sect early. They wanted to see the glory of the second sovereign since ancient times. However, not everyone was qualified to pay their respects to him. Bian Xiaoya, who represented the colossus that was the divine court, was naturally qualified to meet him. Bian Xiaoya had already landed at the foot of the martial great sect's divine mountain and walked up the white jade steps. Beside Bian Xiaoya, there was a young girl around 13 or 14 years old. She looked quite tall and had a little baby fat on her face. When she walked with Bian Xiaoya, who looked no more than 18 or 19 years old, they looked like a pair of sisters. Martial ancestor, this martial great sect's divine mountain looks very grand. Is that the legendary 100 Birds Palace at the top of the mountain? The 13 or 14-year-old girl looked up and saw a solemn and magnificent palace at the top of the mountain. She could see the carved beams and painted pillars with flying dragons and phoenixes. It looked very grand. Her words attracted the attention of many people who were also walking on the stone steps. This was because on the martial sect divine mountain, there were layers of formations everywhere. This young girl was able to see through the formation barrier and see the 100 Birds Palace with a single glance. This skill had already surpassed most of the experts in the world. Chapter 3863. Those who came to pay their respects to King Qin were naturally the heroes of a region. Only emperors could pay their respects to King Qin from afar. Only heavenly masters and above were qualified to enter the palace. As for those quasi-emperors and divine kings, they could only kowtow from afar outside the Phoenix Palace. In other words, they were not qualified to pay their respects to King Qin. Otherwise, King Qin would not have to do anything else. He would have to wait for these people to pay his respects until the end of time. Even so, those who were qualified to pay their respects felt that it was a supreme honor. For them, this was not a disgrace. On the contrary, it was a supreme honor. Just like how many people felt proud to have paid their respects to the fate creation Heavenly Lord in the past. When they heard the little girl's words, they all turned their heads. When they saw Bien Xiaoya, many people involuntarily knelt down and saluted. "Greetings, Moon Supreme!" Bien Xiaoya was now a famous top powerhouse in the world. She was also in charge of a colossus like the Divine Court. It could be said that apart from Yi Shiwen, King Qin, and the Middle Heavenly Masters, she was already one of the top powerhouses. Tens of thousands of years ago, even the most imaginative person would not have imagined that the girl who lived a miserable life at the foot of Mount Buzhou could actually climb to the top and become one of the top powerhouses in the world. "Get up," Bien Xiaoya said faintly. Then, she walked up step by step with the little girl. Those people naturally did not dare to walk in front of Bien Xiaoya. They could only watch Bien Xiaoya leave. King Qin has achieved the Great Way. This is an epic-making event. I did not expect that even the ruler of the Divine Court, Moon Supreme, would personally come to congratulate him. This also represents the attitude of the Divine Court. Many people felt that it was normal for Bien Xiaoya to personally come to the mountain to congratulate him. Bien Xiaoya was indeed extraordinary. She was even a top powerhouse in the martial epoch. However, in front of King Qin, she was just like an ant. It was normal for her to personally come to pay her respects. However, many people felt lucky because the two giants, the Divine Court and the martial sect, did not fight against each other. Many of them were from the era when the Fortune Divine Dynasty and the Chaos Divine Dynasty were at war, or even earlier, when the Fortune Divine Lord was still alive. At that time, there were also a few forces like the martial sect and the Divine Palace that were like the sun in the sky. However, the battles between them were simply life or death. It could be said that all living beings in the world were plunged into misery and suffering. None of the living beings in the world could survive. Right now, even though the three holy lands were standing on equal footing, all in all, under the restraint of the three supreme beings, even though there were some frictions, it didn't amount to much. They were basically united against the outside world. This was the sign of world peace, and they would not be forced to kill each other. To them, this was the most important thing. Although many people could rise from this kind of killing and tempering, the truth was that every rising person had stepped on millions of corpses. A general success was built on the bones of tens of thousands. This was not an adjective, but a fact. Bien Xiaoya held the girl's hand and walked up the white jade stairs step by step. She pointed to the 100 birds looking towards the Phoenix Palace locked in layers of fog and said, "Yes, that is the 100 birds looking towards the Phoenix Palace. It was condensed by Lord Qin's great power. Lord Qin's great power is not inferior to my master, that is, your ancestor," Bien Xiaoya said. Bien Xiaoya looked at the girl, trying to find a bit of Yi Shiwen's shadow in her, but in fact it was impossible. This girl was a descendant of Yi Shiwen countless generations away. Her name was Zihan. She was not a descendant of Yi Kongming's lineage, but a descendant of Yi Junshin's lineage. To be precise, she was a descendant of Yi Shiwen's younger brother. Although they did not come to the fortune realm, there were still many people who came with them at that time, and Zihan was a descendant of that branch. Although her surname was not Yi, she was indeed a descendant of Yi Shiwen. Zihan was detected to be extremely rare when she was just born. The 9-yin innate Taoist body was an extremely rare physique. Not long after she was born, it alarmed the higher-ups in the divine court, and it was even reported all the way to Bian Xiaoye. Bian Xiaoye liked her, so she brought Zihan with her and trained her personally. Now, she was only more than 100 years old, and she had already become a deity. Many people in the divine court even said that she was almost the next Bian Xiaoye. In the past, Bian Xiaoye was personally guided by Yi Shiwen, and her cultivation was also advancing by leaps and bounds. Originally, with her cultivation, she could not see through the fog that locked the martial sect Divine Mountain. However, she was born with a pair of Taoist eyes that could see through all the obstacles between heaven and earth. No illusion could affect her. It could be said that she was a natural cultivator. You should know that with your cultivation, you don't even have the qualifications to pay your respects to King Qin. I brought you here to broaden your horizons. In the future, you will have to deal with the martial sect. Bian Xiaoye said. She intended to train Zihan to become the next divine court master. Just like how Yi Shiwen had passed the position of divine court master to her, she also wanted to pass on the position of divine court master. She also wanted to break through to a higher realm and eventually become a half-step ruler. She had heard Yi Shiwen say that when the Grand Tao was completed in the future, they would all have the opportunity to become half-step rulers. In fact, it was not impossible for them to become rulers in the future. In the past, they could not produce rulers because the world was like a pool, and the pool was only so big. Once there was a ruler, there was naturally no room for other rulers. But if the pool was dug bigger, there would be an environment for other rulers to be born, and this was their opportunity. Therefore, she could not let this opportunity slip away and let her cultivation be a hindrance. When the time came, it was only a matter of time before she handed over the divine court. Among the younger generation, she was most optimistic about Zihan, which was why she had personally taken her with her to guide her. The selection of the divine court headmasters was naturally based on talent and ability, not on seniority. Generation after generation. I understand. Zihan nodded. Although she looked young, she was actually more than 100 years old. She was not a child anymore. She was a descendant of the golden generation born after the rise of the human race and the martial epoch entered a prosperous stage. The children born in the golden generation were as many experts as there were clouds and geniuses. There were many who proved the Tao at 100 years old, and many who proved the divine monarch Tao at 1,000 years old. However, after the golden generation, the quality of the children born to the human race had clearly declined. That was why Zihan had shocked the entire divine court the moment she was born. Even in the era of the golden generation, her physique was extremely rare. This attracted Bian Xiaoye's attention. However, she had heard of the old ancestor Bian Xiaoye mentioned since she was born. Her ears had almost grown calluses from hearing about him. Everyone in the world respected him when he was mentioned, but she had never seen him. In fact, almost no one in the new generation had seen Yi Shiwen. His figure had long since become a myth, a legend. Previously, she cultivated in the divine court every day and rarely left the mountain. The power of the divine court only existed in her imagination, but now she finally had a direct view of it. No matter who they met along the way, whether it was a terrifying old monster with an aura as deep as the sea of stars or a terrifying big guy, they all had to lower their heads in front of Bian Xiaoye. Innate gods, postnatal peerless masters, all had to respect the prestige of the divine court. Not only did they respect the name of the divine court, but they also respected Bian Xiaoye's reputation over the years. As Bian Xiaoye walked, a ripple appeared in her already calm state of mind. In the blink of an eye, many years had passed, but that scene seemed to have happened just yesterday. At that time, she was just like Zihan, following beside Yishuin, watching the world's heroes crawling in front of the invincible figure in her heart, not daring to look up at him. At that time, Yishuin's strength had been deeply rooted in her heart, and now she had also brought along the younger generation that she thought highly of. It was just like passing on the torch. The divine palace would be able to last for a long time and exist forever. Even if the era was destroyed, their divine palace would continue to pass on forever. The higher she went, the more Empyreans and Empyreans Bien Xiaoya encountered. She didn't even look at the Empyreans and just walked past them. As for the Empyreans, she only nodded slightly to acknowledge them. She represented the divine palace, and this was already a return of courtesy. On the other hand, Zihan suddenly became nervous. Every single one of those people who bowed to Bien Xiaoya was a magnate of a region. She had seen the portraits of these people, and they were the top figures in the world. Bien Xiaoya could ignore them because she was not only the leader of the divine court who had the power to destroy the world, but also because she was one of the strongest experts in the world. However, she could not take those people seriously. She carefully saluted one by one, and in return, she received kind eyes. Those people might not give face to Bien Xiaoya, but they had to give face to martial monarch Yishuin. As long as that majestic figure was still there, the divine court would be so high and mighty. In Zihan's heart, she was extremely shocked. In just one day, her view of the world had been completely overturned. She couldn't help but have a thought in her heart. When would I be able to have such an awe-inspiring day? People at the Tao confirming level were nothing in front of these big shots. They could kill millions of them with one finger. Master, after I go back, I want to practice in seclusion. Zihan said to Bien Xiaoya seriously. Bien Xiaoya smiled and nodded. This was the purpose of bringing Zihan along. In her opinion, Zihan was practicing the power technique that Yi Shiwen had planned for her. So, it was only natural for her to be outstanding with her innate talent. However, she couldn't neglect Zihan like this. As the two walked, the Phoenix Palace finally appeared in front of them. Chapter 38-64. Arriving in front of the 100 Birds Palace, Bien Xiaoya was led into the hall, while Zihan was led to the side by the disciples of the martial sect. Zihan wasn't qualified to meet Qin Jun. Bien Xiaoya entered the palace and saw a figure sitting on a cloud bed. It was Qin Jun. Bien Xiaoya respectfully kowtowed to him. He was someone from the same generation as her master. Just his ruler's status alone was enough for her to kowtow. Greetings, Lord Qin Jun. Bien Xiaoya loudly greeted. Rise. Qin Jun said slowly, Your master and I are fellow Taoists, friends of life and death. You don't need to be so polite. The last time I saw you was tens of thousands of years ago. I didn't expect you to become a pillar of the divine court in the blink of an eye. Thanks to Master, I've gained something. Bien Xiaoya respectfully said, Your master is a person of great wisdom and perseverance. There's no harm in learning from him. Qin Jun said. Yes. Bien Xiaoya said. All right, you should go and attend the banquet. After that, you have to prepare for war. Qin Jun said. War? Bien Xiaoya was a little surprised. Why? Your master hasn't told you yet. Qin Jun glanced at Bien Xiaoya and said, Not yet. Please advise me. Lord Qin Jun. Bien Xiaoya bowed and said. Qin Jun paused for a moment and then said, This time, the 4 rulers ganged up on your master. It's a provocation to our martial epoch, so we can't just let it go like this. Aside from the insect epoch that your master destroyed, there are still 3 epochs remaining. When the time comes, we will definitely launch an expedition to wipe out the fire epoch, the blood epoch, and the puppet epoch in one fell swoop. At that time, you will definitely lead the team. Bien Xiaoya nodded. If that was the case, she would definitely lead the team to seek justice for her master. But with my strength, I can only deal with heavenly venerables. It's not enough to deal with half-step rulers. Bien Xiaoye said. Don't worry. Your master and I have already investigated. There are no longer any half-step rulers in these 3 epochs. You can do whatever you want. As for the half-step rulers in the other ancient epochs, you don't have to worry. They won't dare to attack unless they plan to destroy us all. Qin Jun said confidently. Unless the ancient era's half-step rulers were suicidal, they wouldn't dare to make a move. In the ancient epoch, half-step sovereigns were extremely rare. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Although their rarity couldn't be compared to sovereigns, it was normal for several epochs to have no half-step sovereigns. Understood. Thank you, Lord Qin Jun, for your guidance. With a heavy heart, Bien Xiaoye went down to attend the banquet. At this banquet, heroes from all over the world gathered together to congratulate King Qin. Although this banquet lasted for 99 whole days, it finally came to an end. Everyone was still immersed in the joy and excitement of Qin Jun becoming a hegemon. The 3 holy lands worked together to issue an order, mobilizing their armies to conquer the primal chaos. Their targets were the fire epoch, the puppet epoch, and the blood epoch. Immediately, the entire martial epoch was filled with the atmosphere of a powerful army. Many of the experts from the ancient epochs felt startled. The martial epoch was truly unimaginably tyrannical. Not only did the martial epoch possess the horrifying strength of 2 sovereigns, but more importantly, the martial epoch destroyed all epochs that dared to challenge it. If a half-step ruler's epoch challenged it, it would destroy the half-step ruler's epoch along with his epoch. If a ruler's epoch attacked, it would destroy the ruler's epoch along with his epoch. Such tyrannical strength, not caring who the enemy was, only asking where the enemy was. This was something that terrified many people. This was especially so for the fire epoch, the puppet epoch, and the blood epoch, because they had hegemon-level experts before. When the epoch changed, they preserved more of their strength. Under such circumstances, they could be said to be among the top of the many ancient epochs. However, such a strong epoch could not withstand a single blow without the protection of a heavenly monarch. Dealing with the other ancient epochs might not be a problem. However, it would not be that easy to deal with the martial epoch at its peak. Many of the ancient epochs trembled in fear as they tried to figure out the meaning of the martial epoch. The meaning of the martial epoch was very clear. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to provoke the martial epoch and target the martial epoch would be killed no matter how far away they were. In the past, when the martial epoch was not this strong and prosperous, they might not have been able to do anything to the martial epoch. However, now, with the emergence of the martial monarch and the Qin monarch, 2 peak experts, the martial epoch gained the ability to take revenge. This made the might of the martial epoch exceptionally horrifying. However, although many of the ancient epochs feared the might of the martial epoch and did not dare to make a move, if a good opportunity appeared, would they turn a blind eye to it? He was afraid that there would still be many ambitious people who would become restless. No one would let go of such a good opportunity. Previously, be it the half-moon immortal lord's plan of a pack of wolves biting a tiger to death, or the 4 sovereigns attacking the martial epoch, those could be said to be perilous situations. Ordinary people, even one of them, could not make it through. It could only be said that Yi Shiwen was too good at creating miracles, creating legends. Under those circumstances, Yi Shiwen actually managed to turn the situation around. On the contrary, the armies of the ancient epochs collapsed. Many monsters that had lived for several epochs sighed in grief. They had never seen such a troublesome epoch, or rather, they had never seen such a troublesome person. And this person was Yi Shiwen. There had never been anyone who could pose such a great threat to the ancient epoch. How many half-step sovereigns and sovereigns had fallen at his hands? Even if one added them up, one could not count them with 2 hands. Even when the fortune creation heavenly monarch was in power, he did not have such a glorious and horrifying battle record. In the hearts of many experts of the ancient epochs, Yi Shiwen was without a doubt the greatest enemy of the entire ancient epoch. The armies of the martial epoch quickly organized themselves. With the armies of the three Holy Lands as the main force and the elite armies of the various sects and races, they formed a vast army and killed their way into the primal chaos. Amidst the primal chaos, countless experts from the ancient epochs stood on the mottled city walls filled with traces of time, watching the martial epoch's army march out once again. The reason why it was said to be set off again was that the martial epoch had set off too many times during this period. Even the experts themselves could not remember how many times the martial epoch had set off. The ancient epochs in the entire primal chaos could not remember when the martial epoch had become so active. They only remembered that the martial epoch would set off once in a while. Furthermore, the martial epoch's expeditions started with Yi Shiwen, the Middle Heavenly Venerates, and even Qin Zun organizing expeditions. Later on, the Heavenly Venerates spontaneously led expeditions to exterminate the armies of the ancient epochs, slowly uprooting the ancient epochs that were hostile to the martial epoch. This time, the martial epoch set off again. Many people of the ancient epochs lamented. Could it be that even the ancient epochs with sovereigns could not protect themselves? In the past, in their opinion, the ancient epochs with sovereigns were as stable as Mount Tai. Even after many epochs changed, they would not fall. Now, Yi Shiwen had exterminated many of them. Now, the army of the martial epoch was going to exterminate 3 of them. No one knew when it started. It was probably since Yi Shiwen's rise. The epochs with the birth of sovereigns were no different from ordinary ancient epochs. Hence, they were exterminated just like that. The martial epoch's army took the lead to charge at the puppet epoch. The puppet epoch lived up to its name as the epoch with the birth of a sovereign. It was clearly much stronger than the other epochs. The martial epoch's army surrounded the puppet epoch's army. However, they could not break through immediately. The boundless puppets blocked even the martial epoch's army. The martial epoch's army did not have an absolute advantage like Yi Shiwen. Even if the martial epoch's army encountered an endless number of puppets, they would not be able to stop him. The martial epoch's army ran into trouble. This was especially so after the puppet epoch's puppet experts woke up. The situation became even more perilous. Many experts of the ancient epochs, watching from afar, cheered to themselves. They all hoped that the martial epoch's army would suffer a great loss here. However, their hopes were destined to fail. After Bien Xiaoya made her move, everything turned around. With the martial saint seal in hand, Bien Xiaoya could practically kill anything in her way. A boundless puppet army? When the martial saint seal landed, the puppet army turned to dust. There was not even a ripple before it vanished. When a heavenly venerate expert smashed the puppet army with the martial saint seal, his physical body immediately shattered. His bones flew everywhere. There was no way to stop it. If the martial saint seal landed, even a heavenly venerate would die without a grave. Bien Xiaoya was simply too ferocious. Even with the countless formations and barriers of the puppet epoch, they could not stop him. Such rare combat prowess inspired fear. Without any half-step sovereigns, the puppet epoch's heavenly Tao could not retaliate against Bien Xiaoya, who held the martial saint seal. When one appeared, one would die. When a group appeared, many would die. In the end, the puppet epoch's heavenly Tao even materialized a huge puppet that pressed down on Bien Xiaoya. Chapter 38:65. Another horrifying battle ensued. Although the puppet epoch's huge puppet had not reached the level of a ruler, it was at least a half-step ruler, which was more than enough to deal with. Bien Xiaoya charged over with a martial saint seal when facing such a strong enemy. An unprecedented battle instantly erupted. Although Bien Xiaoya was still far from a half-step ruler, with a martial saint seal in hand, she was able to hold her own against the huge puppet. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Although Bien Xiaoya was no match for the huge puppet, just delaying it was already a great help to the martial epoch's army. The puppet epoch's heavenly will had already condensed into that huge half-step ruler puppet and could not suppress the martial epic's army. Allowing the martial epic's army to bring out 100% of its power was already a great boost to the martial epic's army. On the other side, the peak experts of the martial great lineage and the fortune divine dynasty gathered. They circulated the heavenly sealing talisman and finally sealed the puppet epic's heavenly will. However, the puppet epic had produced a ruler before, after all. Its heavenly will was far stronger than the heavenly will of other epics that had only produced half-step rulers. Including Yi Mo, 10 peak heavenly venerates worked together to form a formation, but they could only barely suppress the puppet epic's heavenly will. This allowed Bian Xiaoye to release her bated breath. Although that huge puppet was as strong as a half-step ruler, it was not a true half-step ruler. After the heavenly sealing talisman suppressed the puppet epic's heavenly will, it automatically disappeared. But even so, it was still a huge test for her. She had also heard many rumors that Yi Shiwen intended to nurture her. Otherwise, it would be obvious that she would be the commander of the Allied army's expedition against the primal chaos. She also knew how great the pressure of this heavy burden was, so she had to work even harder. Without the suppression of the epic's heavenly will, the martial epic's army quickly crushed the puppet epic's resistance. The battle lasted for a full 10 years. For the chaos, this period of time was merely the blink of an eye. After destroying the puppet epic's resistance, the martial epic started to plunder the puppet epic's wealth. After handing it over to the 3 Holy Lands, everyone who went out to fight received bountiful returns. The destruction of the ancient era. Every operation was an operation with great returns. After destroying the puppet epic, the armies of the martial epic entered the leaf fire epic without stopping. The leaf fire epic was filled with boundless flames spewing out at the same time. Many of these flames were famous in the many epics, extremely unimaginable divine flames. From the very start, it posed a great threat to the martial epic. Be it the environment or the various life forms born in it, they were all flames, all sorts of flames. The stronger the life form, the more expert it was at controlling flames. This was much more dangerous than the previous puppet era. Fortunately, the martial epic's army was basically made up of the elites of the epics, the experts among experts. All of them had boundless magic energy and vast magic skills. They had no problem moving about in water or in fire. This was especially so after Bian Xiaoye used the martial saint seal and the heaven sealing talisman to suppress the leaf fire epic's heavenly Tao. The boundless divine flames were no longer as mighty. However, as an epic that had a ruler, the leaf fire epic resisted intensely, causing significant problems for the martial epic's army. However, in the end, that clump of flame-like leaf fire epic was still extinguished. The martial epic swallowed up the entire epic's heavenly Tao, snatching away the various divine flames it contained. At the same time, the martial epic's various fire-attributed magic skills and cultivation techniques erupted like a volcano. The cultivators of fire-attributed magic skills and cultivation techniques advanced greatly. The martial epic even gave birth to a leaf fire realm, just like the leaf fire epic. It resonated with the nearby Heptagold realm. After destroying the leaf fire epic, Bian Xiaoye led the martial epic's army to the final blood epic, the leaf fire epic. In the blood epic, the various life forms seemed to have slaughtered their way out of a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. They were incredibly horrifying and unimaginably strong. However, the martial epic's army had the upper hand in both quantity and quality. They could not stop the martial epic's army. The more Bian Xiaoye fought, the stronger she became. Aside from suppressing the blood epic with the martial saint seal, she even personally fought and killed several blood epics, heavenly venerates. Although those blood epics, heavenly venerates, were very strong, they were clearly not on the same level as Bian Xiaoye, so she easily killed them. After another 10 years, the blood epic was completely destroyed. After several decades, the blood epic finally fell. Like the puppet epic and the leaf fire epic, it was completely destroyed. In less than 100 years, 3 great epics were destroyed at the same time, including the insect epic that Yi Shiwen destroyed earlier. It was as good as 4 great epics being destroyed. Furthermore, for epics had produced rulers. Such epics could not be destroyed normally. Each of them had more than 10 epics worth of history. Even after more than 10 epics changed, they still could not do anything to them. Now, they were destroyed at the hands of the martial epoch. More accurately, they were destroyed at the hands of Yi Shiwen. If Yi Shiwen had not killed the rulers of these 4 epochs, these 4 epochs would not have been destroyed. Many ancient epochs trembled under the might of the martial epoch. Even the ancient epochs that formed an allied army could not feel safe under the might of the martial epoch's 2 rulers. Even if they wanted to support the 4 epochs, they did not dare to do so. There was an alliance, but this alliance did not dare to truly oppose the martial epoch. This was because the stubborn people who dared to oppose the martial epoch were basically finished. Most of them had been eliminated, and the remaining people didn't dare to throw their lives away without a sovereign to lead them. After the martial epoch devoured the 4 epochs, including the insect epoch, it actually regained its vitality. Although Yi Shiwen failed to extend the martial epoch's life the first time, the martial epoch returned to its peak by destroying the ancient epochs. Everyone felt that cultivation became easier and more geniuses were born. The aura of destruction that originally lingered in the air finally vanished. The martial epoch returned to its peak. Chapter 3866. The martial epoch at its peak made countless cultivators rejoice. It also made the expressions of many ancient epochs change. The martial epoch was too strong. Originally, the martial epoch was strong because it was the epoch of the age, so it should be strong. However, after the martial epoch was destroyed, it was no different from them. Once upon a time, the various ancient epochs had been this strong. However, the strength of the current martial epoch had already surpassed the strength of the current epoch. Many people already exclaimed, "The current martial epoch was very strong." Since ancient times, it was recorded in the records as one of the strongest ancient epochs. It was practically history. However, even though it was so strong, the martial epoch was still unwilling to give up. There was even an ambitious martial lord, Yi Shiwen, who wanted to prolong the martial epoch's life. What a frightening thing this was. An epoch that wanted to stubbornly survive was not good news for them. After the destruction of a few epochs, the martial epoch's strength showed itself. A large number of experts appeared. The first to bear the brunt were the armies of the martial epoch that were selected to go on expeditions to the 3 ancient epochs. After returning to the martial epoch, nearly all of them received the baptism of the martial epoch's heavenly Tao. Not everyone received merits, but they all clearly felt the opportunity to break through their bottlenecks. This was also the heavenly Tao's reward. Among the heavenly venerates who led the way, Bien Xiai directly broke through to stage 8 heavenly venerate with the help of the golden light of merit. Furthermore, like Yi Shiwen, she cultivated the golden body of merit. It was just that she cultivated the great Azura body, so she had directly cultivated the Azura golden body of virtue and opened up one of the strongest constitutions in the world. She could even contend with and even defeat ordinary 9th level heavenly venerables. Although she could not compare to Yi Shiwen's level, it was still extremely shocking in the current epoch. Yi Mo, Yang Kunpeng, Yi Wudi, and the others also followed Bien Xiaoya to battle. Although they did not obtain as many benefits as Bien Xiaoya, they all obtained the golden body of merit. Coupled with their peak heavenly venerate cultivation bases, it could be said that they had already reached the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. They could even contend against a sovereign. However, to the life forms of the martial epoch, the emergence of many experts was already a great age of geniuses. In such a flourishing age, the 3 holy lands produced the most experts. Although the god of good fortune didn't have a ruler in this world, there had once been a good fortune heavenly monarch, and his foundation was unimaginably deep. Many Empyreans had encountered such a great era, and all of them had broken through. Many people, even more so, had tears in their eyes, mourning their old friends. In the distant past, countless years of time, it was unknown just how many heavenly geniuses and heroes fell on the path of seeking the Tao. None of them were able to wait for the arrival of this golden era. If it were now, their old friends would definitely be able to go further. Not to mention them, even Yi Shiwen himself also sighed with emotion in his heart. If Man Yin had been in such a great world back then, he wouldn't have fallen so easily on the road to becoming an emperor. Although it was said that heroes made the times also made heroes. Talent, hard work, resources, and the times could not lack any one of them. Now, in Yi Shiwen's opinion, Bian Xiaoya was another kind of continuation of Man Yun back then. Back then, for the sake of becoming an emperor, Lucifer had spent countless years searching bitterly. However, at some point in time, even Ling Fei had become a peak sovereign emperor and was only half a step away from breaking through. Although she was far from Yemo and the others, her pursuit of the Tao was not that intense. She would be satisfied if she became a peak sovereign emperor. In the future, it was even possible for her to become a heavenly venerate. This was the effect of the times. In such a great age at its peak, everyone was frantically cultivating and making breakthroughs. This was because everyone was afraid that such a flourishing age would come to an end. They had all experienced the waning martial epoch and understood how horrifying it was. The current flourishing age was only obtained by relying on the destruction of the ancient epoch. It could not last long. In the blink of an eye, such a flourishing age lasted for millions of years. In these millions of years, the strength of the martial epoch rose to another level. The strength of the experts also made breakthroughs. In the divine court, Bian Xiaoya, the original divine court master, was not the strongest. But now, in these millions of years, she finally entered the ranks of peak heavenly venerates. In addition, she cultivated the Azura golden body of virtue. Among the peak heavenly venerates, she was one of the strongest. Although she could not compare to Yi Shiwen's strength in the past, Bian Xiaoya was very satisfied. After all, not everyone could be compared to her master. After all, when she was in the same realm, Yi Shiwen had even killed half-step sovereigns. To the current her, half-step sovereigns were unimaginably tyrannical existences. Even if they were not monstrous half-step sovereigns like her master, peak heavenly venerates still could not contend with them. Being able to contend with them for a while was already the highest evaluation. But after experiencing the failure of West Heavenly Venerate and the others, although many people had entered the ranks of peak Heavenly Venerates and were several times stronger than the Fortune Divine Dynasty in the past, no one dared to rashly challenge their tribulation. Becoming a half-step sovereign was far more difficult than they imagined. Only after truly stepping into the realm of peak Heavenly Venerate would she understand. And after millions of years, even the little girl Zihan, who was still by her side in the past, had entered the Heavenly Venerate realm. In these millions of years, Bian Xiaoya gradually delegated the matters of the divine court to Zihan. Although Zihan's current Heavenly Venerate cultivation was not considered much in the divine court. Originally, Yemo and the others were already peak Heavenly Venerates and were ranked among the supreme elders. Even little Yuya had killed her way into the ranks of peak Heavenly Venerates. In these years, there were also people who had entered the Heavenly Venerate realm, including the Human Emperor, Fingyi Clan, Ling Fei, and the others. But with a strong backer like Bian Xiaoya, Zihan's authority was still supported by the entire divine court. After all, in a sense, behind Bian Xiaoya was Yi Shiwen's will, and Zihan was Yi Shiwen's descendant. Inside the divine court, in a sky beyond the heavens, Bian Xiaoya was meditating, comprehending the endless heavenly Tao. The powerful heavenly Tao allowed her to comprehend the Tao much faster. At this stage of cultivation, there was very little that Yi Shiwen could guide her. She could only rely on her own efforts to comprehend the heavenly Tao. A master could lead the way, but cultivation still depended on oneself. At this time, in the sky beyond the heavens, there was a spatial fluctuation. It was a young girl with bright eyes and white teeth. Who else could this person be but little Yuya? Because both of them had the word "you" in their names, busybodies in the outside world also called the grand occasion when the two of them stood side by side as the two moons competing for splendor. Why are you here? Why aren't you in seclusion? Bien Xiaoya glanced at little Yuya and said, the two of them had known each other since childhood. Now that they had both become peak heavenly venerates, their relationship had always been the best. I'm not as patient as you. Little Yuya said with a smile, Father makes me enter closed-door cultivation every day. How can it be that easy to break through to half-step ruler? Not everyone is like Father. How annoying. Bien Xiaoya sneered. It was not that little Yuya was impatient. It was just that cultivating for millions of years made it easy for one to become an old antique. However, at their level of cultivation, they could no longer advance by leaps and bounds. Comprehending the Tao in one day was simply impossible for them. They could only do it bit by bit. Furthermore, it was very dangerous to break through to half-step ruler. Just looking at those people who failed earlier, it was clear how dangerous it was. The more they accumulated now, the easier it would be for them to break through in the future. Master just wants you to hurry up. Although the martial epoch has become stronger and can accommodate more half-step rulers, there is still a limit. It is like how no matter how big a pool is, it will eventually fill up. Bien Xiaoya said, Why did no one break through to ruler before Emperor Qin? Wasn't it because the fortune creation, Heavenly Lord alone, snatched away the fortune of the world? It's not that I don't know this principle. However, this is not something that can be done overnight. Although you and I are already peak ruler, our accumulations are still far from each other. I'm afraid that we won't make it in time. Little Yuya said. Suddenly, just as the two were about to speak, a boundless might enveloped the divine court. The two opened their Dharma eyes and looked over. They saw a figure charging into the primal chaos with demonic qi filling the air. In mere moments, this figure flew into the depths of the primal chaos. Soon after, a horrifying heavenly tribulations might enveloped this figure, covering the entire primal chaos. That's Uncle Amo. He's going to undergo his tribulation? Little Yuya immediately cried out. That towering figure was like a pillar that supported the heavens. Who else could it be but Yimo? Bien Xiaoya did not find this strange. After all, Yimo was the strongest among this group of peak heavenly venerates. It was normal for him to undergo his tribulation first. It was just that there were too few people who had successfully broken through before. She could not help but worry. Just as they were thinking about this, countless lightning bolts fell from the primal chaos. In an instant, they covered everything. This time, the tribulation was destined to not be hidden. Almost all the forces instantly sensed the existence of this great tribulation. Many people exclaimed in their hearts, after millions of years, someone was finally charging towards this realm. But could he succeed? No one knew. Even the aura of the tribulation awakened Yi Shiwen, who was in closed-door cultivation in the divine court. He opened his Dharma eyes and looked over. Chapter 3867. Another person underwent a tribulation. Ordinary heavenly tribulations could not disturb him. Even a heavenly venerate's tribulation would not affect him. However, this tribulation was different. It was a heavenly tribulation of a half-step ruler. The heavenly Das immediately responded, startling him out of his closed-door cultivation. He opened his eyes and saw a figure undergoing a tribulation in the boundless primal chaos. Boundless lightning struck his body. Even though he was protected by the boundless demonic energy, the lightning still struck his body, turning his body into a bloody mess. It's Yimo. Yi Shiwen recognized the person who was crossing the tribulation. He had been in closed-door training for thousands of years and had not contacted anyone. Generally, if it was not the most dangerous situation, no one would wake him up from his closed-door training. Of all the experts in the divine court realm, Yemo was the strongest and most well-prepared. Bien Xiaoya Little Yuya, and the others were just juniors. Yi Shiwen had also undergone a heavenly tribulation of a half-step ruler, so he was very clear on how dangerous it was to undergo such a tribulation. Although the heavenly tribulation they underwent could not compare to Yi Mo's tribulation, even with the projection of many rulers, it was still a narrow escape for ordinary people. Even so, Yi Shiwen still felt that it was appropriate for Yi Mo to undergo the tribulation now. This was because this was the martial epoc's strongest period. It was also the time when the martial epoch could accommodate the most experts. However, once the martial epoch entered a period of decline, the heavenly Daos would automatically start suppressing those who wanted to make a breakthrough. Those people would also feel that it would be very difficult to make a breakthrough. If the tribulation now was a narrow escape, then it would be a narrow escape after the martial epoch declined. Now, Yi Shiwen's fusion with the heavenly Daos deepened, and his understanding of the great Tao deepened. He understood why. When the martial epoch was at its peak, it had abundant resources and abundant luck. At that time, it did not matter if there were more experts. However, when the martial epoch declined, the martial epoch would instinctively suppress these cultivators. This was because once these cultivators verified their Tao, they would be able to live as long as the world. They could continuously absorb the spiritual energy of the world and obtain natural treasures. There was no time for them to stop, and there would never be an end. This would result in the accelerated decline of the martial epoch. The martial epoch's will of the heavenly Tao was the will of all living things. All living things wanted to survive and not be destroyed. Hence, the martial epoch would instinctively adjust itself, allowing the martial epoch to survive longer. Therefore, cultivators would find it increasingly difficult to break through, to the point that, in the end, Tao-confirming experts could no longer be seen. The so-called end of days was precisely because of this. Therefore, there was no better time than now to break through. Yi Shiwen looked at Yi Mo in the sky. At this moment, Yi Mo had already transformed into an incomparably gigantic demonic body. It was as if he could split the heavens and earth apart. There was a mirror in his hand that constantly emitted rays of blood-red light to resist the heavenly tribulation. The entire fortune world's experts were paying close attention to this tribulation, because they all wanted to know if Yi Mo could break the curse and create a miracle. After all, ever since Yi Shiwen and the Middle Heavenly Venerate, it had been many years since anyone in the martial epoch managed to enter the half-step ruler realm. However, of these two people, one was previously the strongest under the heavens, and the other was the strongest under the heavens later on. Basically, they had dominated an era. In that era, they were unrivaled under the heavens, rendering everyone helpless. After them, those who tried to break through all ended up in failure. This time, whether Yi Mo could successfully break through or not would perhaps become their benchmark. He would point out a bright path for them. All sorts of horrifying, heavenly tribulations descended continuously, all landing on Yi Mo's body. At the start, Yi Mo could still block them. However, his injuries quickly worsened. The heavenly tribulations also became increasingly horrifying. At the start, Yi Mo could still display the ferocious might of a peak heavenly venerate. However, he soon started to feel unwell. In some places struck by the heavenly tribulation, one could even see dazzling golden bones and blood spurting out. The entire situation could be said to be quite miserable. Many people felt like they were about to lose confidence when they saw this. Even someone as strong as Yi Mo, a peak heavenly venerate existence, was helpless against the heavenly tribulation. Not to mention them. However, Yi Mo still persisted. Even if the heavenly tribulation shattered his flesh and sent bone fragments flying everywhere, he didn't give up. On the contrary, he continuously circulated his cultivation technique to resist. 1 day, 2 days, everyone thought that Yemo wouldn't make it past the 3rd day, but he did. The 4th day, the 5th day, the 6th day, he endured day after day. Everyone started to see that something was wrong. Yemo's vitality didn't end. No matter how difficult the battle was, his vitality didn't break. Demonic Tao, Nirvana Grand Art. Yi Shiwen watched from afar, and a smile appeared on his face. He knew that Yemo was walking the right path. The most important thing about the heavenly tribulation of a half-step sovereign was that one could endure it. Only by enduring it would there be hope. No matter how horrifying one's combat prowess was in the early stages, it was meaningless. If one couldn't endure it, it would be pointless. Yemo had asked him about the heavenly tribulation before. Although everyone's heavenly tribulation was different, there was no doubt that it had some value as a reference. After that, Yemo went into closed-door cultivation, probably to create his own cultivation technique. At his level, as long as he knew the principles, creating his own cultivation technique was not difficult at all. Many pairs of eyes stared at Yemo, especially those peak heavenly venerates who wanted to advance further and break through to half-step sovereign. Yemo's experience with the heavenly tribulation would be the best reference for them. A great era is coming. When Yi Shiwen saw this, he understood that Yemo was about to succeed. Although Yemo's heavenly tribulation was horrifying, the heavenly Tao didn't want to completely destroy him. During the martial epoc's strongest period, the heavenly Tao was the most forgiving. If the martial epoch entered a declining period, Yemo's heavenly tribulation would only lead to death. There was no way he could succeed. Even if the heavenly Tao didn't allow it, he still wanted to force his way through. Achieving such a feat was no different from a legend. In the past, 2 people had accomplished such a legendary feat. One was Qin Jun, and the other was Yi Shiwen. In the past, the heavenly Tao had broken the balance due to the appearance of too many sovereign emperors. Due to the will of the masses, the heavenly Tao had restricted the appearance of sovereign emperors. However, Qin Jun and Yi Shiwen had torn apart the restrictions of the world and ascended to martial emperor. Only Qin Jun knew how difficult it was. It was practically impossible, yet he managed to do it. However, at that time, he was surrounded by danger, barely escaping death. Now was the best opportunity. As long as Yemo could endure it, there would be a trend of heavenly tribulation. The future era would be the era of half-step sovereigns, an era where half-step sovereigns would descend and half-step sovereigns would rule the world. An unprecedented age of supremacy. The eyes of many peak heavenly venerates lit up when they saw the scene. After all, they had been searching for a way to survive the heavenly tribulation. Now, they might have found a way to survive the heavenly tribulation. If Yemo could create the nirvanic great art, there was no reason they couldn't. Before everyone's eyes, Yemo started to transform and undergo nirvanic rebirth. The nirvanic great art was about to unleash its might. Once again, Yemo was smashed into pieces. His entire physical body exploded, leaving only a small portion of his body. However, a brand new Yemo was born from this small portion of his body. This wasn't due to Yemo's strong recovery ability. Instead, it was another secret art. A brand new body was born from the broken body, undergoing a transformation. It was a kind of nirvanic rebirth. Although the reborn Yemo's strength hadn't recovered as much as it had at the beginning, everyone still felt that he was much stronger than before. The injuries he had suffered were even more severe, and as time passed, he was still recovering step by step. Even so, when facing the heavenly tribulation, Yemo still couldn't do anything. His physical body exploded again. After another nirvanic rebirth, Yemo painstakingly grew a new body from his broken body. Then he charged at the heavenly tribulation without stopping. Smart. There can be no construction without destruction. Yi Shiwen said, heavenly venerates were the peak of an epoch. However, at the same time they were bound to this epoch. They cultivated the cultivation techniques of this epoch. How could they break free from this epoch? Using the nirvanic great art, one step at a time, one would shed off not only the broken body but also the restrictions of the martial epoch. Only by shedding most of the restrictions of the martial epoch could one ascend to the heavens in one step, becoming a half-step ruler. This was the same as Yi Shiwen's nirvanic rebirth. If one could break free from the restrictions of the martial epoch, one would become a ruler, heavenly monarch. Right now, Yimo was in the midst of such a process. Every time the heavenly tribulation exploded, Yimo's physical body, he narrowly escaped death. However, at the same time, it severed his connection to the martial epoch, allowing him to reconstruct himself. Again and again, Yimo underwent a difficult transformation and rebirth. This continued for a total of 9 times. On the 9th time, just when everyone thought that Yimo would fall, he regained his vitality. Then the final transformation was complete and the heavenly tribulation scattered. Yimo, on the other hand, had finally become a half-step ruler. Chapter 38:68. Yimo advanced to half-step ruler. Furthermore, he cleared the heavenly tribulation of half-step ruler before everyone's eyes, becoming the 3rd half-step ruler in the entire martial epoch after Yi Shiwen and the middle heavenly venerate. Yimo was different from the previous 2. After the martial epoch entered its peak, he was the first half-step sovereign to appear. He had the significance of transcending the era. Not only did he establish his own sect, but he also created a technique for others, the nirvana technique. Although the process of nirvana could be said to be very dangerous, it did not mean that there was no possibility of passing the tribulation in the end. It was better than no hope at all. They were all Taoists. Even if they knew that they might die, it was better than being trapped in this cultivation realm for the rest of their lives, unable to advance. After Yimo successfully ascended to half-step sovereign Tao immortal realm, he'd moved out of the divine court. Now that he was a half-step sovereign, it wasn't likely that he'd stay in the court any longer. However, he was still a branch of the divine court, so he could still be considered a branch of the divine court. After he left, he brought his own branch of the divine court with him. Then he united all the demonic sects in the fortune realm and became the demonic lord of the fortune divine dynasty. Immediately, a large banquet was held. Countless people came to offer their congratulations. After Yimo's success, it was as though a new era had begun. After Yimo, in less than 100 years, there was another person who started his tribulation. This person was none other than the city, Lord of Heaven City of the 10 great divine cities. As one of the most experienced peak heavenly venerates in the entire martial epoch, it was normal for him to undergo a tribulation to break through. The middle heavenly venerate of the same generation as him, who could stand on equal footing, had already become a half-step ruler more than 20 million years ago. The Heaven City's city, Lord, had fallen far behind. Another horrifying heavenly tribulation enveloped the primal chaos. The Heaven City's city, Lord, started his tribulation. This tribulation shocked many experts of the ancient epoch. He just became a demonic lord, and now there was another one? Why did so many half-step rulers suddenly appear in the martial epoch? After all, many ancient epochs did not have any half-step rulers. However, the martial epoch was so strong, producing several of them in a row. Many people were horrified. Ever since that Yi Shiwen appeared, the martial epoch had become stronger and stronger. Heaven City's city, Lord, had indeed taken the same path as Yimo, undergoing nirvanic rebirth during the heavenly tribulation and using the power of the heavenly tribulation to sever his ties to the martial epoch. The Heaven City, Lord, had succeeded. After a dozen nirvanas, the Heaven City, Lord, had finally become a half-step ruler. However, his success was different from Yimo's. He had paid a price for it. In the process of transcending the tribulation, the source of his great Tao was injured. so he didn't undergo rebirth 9 times, but more than 10 times. Because he didn't have enough power to transform, he had no choice but to undergo a few more transformations. These were all proof that he was seriously injured. Everyone even thought that he was really going to die. During the last transformation, he didn't have any signs of life for a whole 10 days. Only after 10 days did he finally show a trace of life, and only then did he manage to endure it with great difficulty. Although the Heaven City Lord had successfully transcended the tribulation, the injuries he suffered this time were terrible. Many people predicted that he wouldn't be able to come out of seclusion for at least 1,000,000 years. Even after 1,000,000 years, it was hard to say. Some people even said that the Heaven City Lord had damaged his Tao foundation and would have a hard time making breakthroughs in the future. Even so, many people still scrambled for the Heaven City Lord. Everyone knew how many benefits there would be if they made a breakthrough. Even an incomplete half-step ruler like the Heaven City Lord was in fact much better than a peak heavenly venerate. Be it strength, status, or reputation, a peak heavenly venerate couldn't compare to him. After the Heaven City Lord, many other peak heavenly venerates tried, but the results were the same. All of them died. They also tried to execute nirvanas during the heavenly tribulation to make a breakthrough. But who could have imagined that they would still fail? They had only undergone nirvanas once or twice, and they had already failed miserably. This made it even more clear how difficult it was to make a breakthrough. It wasn't like the first 2 people succeeding would definitely succeed. In fact, the probability of breaking through to half-step ruler was still very small. An ordinary peak heavenly venerate trying to break through was simply courting death. And the 2 people who succeeded, whether it was the Heaven City Lord or Yemo, were already well known among peak heavenly venerates. They weren't people that ordinary peak heavenly venerates could compare to. After that, in the next 100,000 years, it was a magnificent era. Every once in a while, a peak heavenly venerate would attempt to break through to the half-step ruler realm. It was almost as if they were queuing up to break through. However, not everyone succeeded. Most of them failed. With the 3 holy lands taking the lead, they managed to gain a few more half-step sovereigns. The martial ancestor had also produced many talents, especially under the guidance of a peak expert like Qin Jun. Several half-step sovereigns had appeared one after another. In the Fortune God dynasty, other than the Middle Heavenly Venerate, there was another person who unexpectedly stepped into the half-step ruler realm. This person was none other than the current Eastern Heavenly Venerate, Little U Earth. She had dual identities in the Divine Court and the Fortune God dynasty. Because of this, her success could be said to have increased the strength of both sides. On the Divine Court side, aside from Yemo, Bianxia, who was in charge of the Divine Court, finally stepped into the half-step ruler realm tens of thousands of years ago. This deepened the Divine Court's accumulations. Aside from her, there were also Yi Qianchan, Hua Menghan, Yi Wudi, the Demon Master, and several others who had also stepped into the half-step ruler realm. The entire martial epic's half-step ruler realm erupted like a geyser. In this regard, the Divine Court and martial sect, with Yi Shiwen and Qin Jun presiding over them, were like 2 locomotives leading the martial epic forward, producing many experts. In a short 100,000 years, the martial epic actually gained more than 10 half-step sovereigns. This thoroughly shocked the entire primal chaos. Even the craziest person in the primal chaos never thought that the martial epic could grow to such a level one day. For a moment, everyone was as silent as cicadas in winter. They did not dare to make any small movements, lest they offend the martial epic and be destroyed. However, because of the birth of these half-step rulers, the martial epic entered a period of decline after flourishing for another 100,000 years. The aura of the epic of destruction that had disappeared previously reappeared. As everyone exclaimed in shock, Yishuin came out of closed-door cultivation. He wanted to mend the sky again. Chapter 38, 69. After the appearance of so many half-step rulers, the martial epic's heavenly Tao seemed to have reached its end, entering a period of decline. Compared to what many people had expected, the heavenly Tao would flourish for at least several tens of millions of years, which was frighteningly short. But then again, thinking about how many half-step rulers had appeared in the past 100,000 years, everyone felt that it was normal. The world wasn't unchanging, and it wasn't limitless. There was always a limit. Some people could plunder a little more, while others could only plunder a little less. This was because such an age had never happened before. Even when the fortune creation heavenly monarch was in power, there had never been so many half-step rulers at the same time. In fact, after the fortune creation heavenly monarch advanced to ruler, the only active half-step ruler was the previous middle heavenly venerate. It could be said that the great era of that time was not even a third of what it was now. This was also why there was a saying that the fortune creation heavenly monarch was inferior to martial monarchs and Qin monarchs. It was very simple. When the fortune creation heavenly monarch was in power, although the world's strength was consolidated, it did not reach a higher level. However, when martial monarchs and Qin monarchs were in power, the martial epic's strength soared, reaching a peak that had never been seen since ancient times. However, this saying only spread in secret. Just the Fortune Divine Capital alone could not tolerate such rumors. The Fortune Divine Capital's foundation and its ability to contend with the other two holy lands was due to the fortune creation heavenly monarch. How could they allow others to slander the fortune creation heavenly monarch? When the martial epic entered a period of decline, Yi Shiwen appeared again. He wanted to mend the heavens. This was different from the previous time. Last time, he was severely injured by the heavenly Tao's laws. In the end, he even attracted the help of the ancient epic's ruler. However, this time, the strength of the martial epic was not just a little stronger. If another sovereign personage charged in, that would just be seeking death. Even if there were several rulers, they would not be able to do anything to the martial epic. The 10-odd half-step rulers did not look like they were a match for a ruler. However, when they worked together, they could still delay a ruler. This time, the situation was impregnable. This was especially so because Yi Shiwen and Qin monarch had a good relationship and supported each other. This time, it would be much easier to mend the heavens. Soon, Yi Shiwen flew into the chaos and sat cross-legged in it. Then, a world automatically appeared around his body. What kind of world was that? It could be said to be filled with immortal energy, full of life. Creatures lived freely and happily. Meanwhile, outside this world, countless stars orbited about, as if it was a real world. And Yi Shiwen was sitting upright in this world. At this time, Yi Shiwen opened his eyes. In his eyes, the world was no longer the same as before. Instead, it seemed to be composed of countless rules. Strands of laws and nomological origins appeared in front of him. The 3,000 martial paths were the core of the martial epic. They should have been perfected by now. However, in Yi Shiwen's eyes, they were still far from perfected. There were also loopholes. Although there weren't many loopholes, it was far from perfect. Right now, he wanted to patch up the heavens and patch up the heavenly Tao. This was an extremely terrifying process. Previously, when he was patching up the heavens, Yi Shiwen was caught off guard and suffered a backlash from the rules. He was severely injured. If he hadn't been careful and didn't dare to take large strides forward, he would have been severely injured on the spot. This time he was even more prepared. He integrated himself into the heavenly Tao. His entire body seemed to disappear from the world as he gradually integrated into the heavenly Tao. Only by integrating into the martial epics, heavenly Tao, could he mobilize the power of the heavenly Tao to mend the heavens. Yi Shiwen's entire body emitted a golden light of virtue. This was something from the epics, heavenly Tao, and wouldn't be rejected. His entire body seemed to be wandering in the heavenly Tao. During this process, he started to mend the heavens. Yi Shiwen started to form hand seals. Great Tao after great Tao flew out of his body. He had condensed these great Tao over the years. He had been in closed-door cultivation all these years without seeking a breakthrough. This was because he knew that if he wanted to break through, he had to enter the ruler realm. Therefore, he had been condensing the great Tao over the years. He condensed the great Tao that he had comprehended from the wordless Tao stele and used it to mend the heavens. These were great Tao that had once appeared in a certain epoch. They had disappeared due to the change of the epoch. Now, Yi Shiwen had condensed them again. Moreover, he had already circulated them in his body. He could integrate them with the 3,000 martial paths in his body. That was why he dared to try. Every attempt, every release of the great Tao had actually gone through countless calculations and deductions. He didn't release them hastily. Everyone's eyes were on Yi Shiwen. When Yi Shiwen started to mend the heavens, everyone could see countless golden lights falling into that magical world and into Yi Shiwen's body. Every time he mended a great Tao, some golden light of virtue would fall on his body and be absorbed by him. This was a reward from the heavenly Tao. However, Yi Shiwen's expression didn't change. He was like an ancient well without any ripples. He devoted himself to mending the heavens. With his previous experience, he understood how dangerous it was to mend the heavens. As Yi Shiwen mended the first great Tao, the entire martial epoch started to change in an instant. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Ordinary creatures didn't feel it too deeply. However, the cultivators, especially the Emperor Lords and Heavenly Venerables, felt it the most. They could feel that the great Tao had changed. It seemed to have deviated from their initial understanding. It was as if the originally unchanging world had started to change drastically. They looked at Yi Shiwen, who was mending the heavens, with some reverence in their eyes. This was the change brought about by that stalwart figure. They knew that after Yi Shiwen mended the heavens, the martial epoch's heavenly Tao would become more obscure and difficult to understand. However, at the same time, it would become more extensive. This meant that the path in front of them had suddenly expanded a lot. The path was unfamiliar, but it was also wider. One great Tao after another was mended. This was a long process. Mending a great Tao would take hundreds of years. Even with Yi Shiwen's cultivation, he didn't dare to relax when it came to this problem, because the result of relaxing might be fatal. As great Tao after great Tao was mended, the martial epoch's heavenly Tao actually started to stop declining. Originally, the decline of an epoch was unstoppable. In other words, humans couldn't stop it. This was the result of the epoch's natural operation. Just like how humans aged and died, the epoch was the same. Humans couldn't stop their own aging, illness, and death. The epoch was the same unless it was injected with new vitality. And Yi Shiwen was doing such a thing. All kinds of astronomical phenomena in the entire martial epoch started to appear. It seemed to be corresponding to Yi Shiwen's mending the heavens. Everyone was extremely nervous because Yi Shiwen's success or failure was related to their own interests. Unknowingly, more than a dozen half-step sovereigns had formed a formation around Yi Shiwen to protect him. Although the possibility of the ancient era coming again wasn't very high, they still had to guard against it because they couldn't afford to fail. One great Tao after another. When Yi Shiwen mended 99 great Tao, he started mending the 100th great Tao. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen's eyes opened wide. He spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Numerous wounds appeared all over his body. His skin started to age. His thick black hair also started to turn gray. Martial monarch! Many people exclaimed. However, they didn't dare to disturb him. Although they could see that Yi Shiwen was suffering from the heavenly Tao's backlash, they didn't dare to interfere. This was because this domain was too unfamiliar to them. They couldn't even enter it. This had nothing to do with their level. Even sovereigns couldn't enter this domain. Yi Shiwen endured it, and his eyes became clear again. 99 great Tao. Is this the limit? Yi Shiwen couldn't help but mutter to himself. This time, Shao Qian had succeeded in mending the heavens. He had mended 99 great Tao in one go. The entire martial epoch had changed drastically. The gloomy aura of destruction had vanished, returning to its peak. Compared to the previous peak, this peak was even stronger and more terrifying. Many people could clearly feel that their great Tao was more stable. Their future path was wider. Originally, they were like fish jumping in a pond. Now that the pond was a little bigger, there was more space for them to move around. Yi Shiwen had no reason to be unhappy. Compared to the previous time, this success was much better. Moreover, it had been 10,000 years since he started mending the heavens. In these 10,000 years, he didn't move at all. He just kept mending the heavens. The dozen half-step sovereigns also didn't move at all to protect him. The difficulty of completing a great Tao isn't the same for every great Tao. Instead, the difficulty increases with every great Tao I complete. Completing the 99th great Tao is already my limit. Completing 100 great Tao is simply unrealistic. A worried look appeared on Yi Shiwen's face. After mending 100 great Tao, the martial epoch could prosper for a while. However, this method didn't solve the root cause. When the next decline came, he would have to think of a way to continue mending great Tao. However, this was the best method he could think of. He could only wait for the next time. However, before the next heavenly Tao decline, he had to think of a way to become stronger. Chapter 3870. The martial epoch succeeded in mending the heavens. This news was like a bomb exploding in the pond, spreading throughout the primal chaos overnight. Before Yi Shiwen had started mending the heavens, many people hadn't felt that there was any possibility of success. Yi Shiwen had failed the last time he had tried mending the heavens. Several rulers had interfered afterward, but Yi Shiwen's mending the heavens had already failed before those rulers had interfered. It was because Yi Shiwen failed first and suffered a backlash from the heavenly Tao's laws that the rulers interfered. Hence, they did not think that Yi Shiwen could succeed from the very start. Since ancient times, they had never heard of anyone succeeding. Destroying the ancient epochs and letting the present epoch consume the ancient epochs to increase the present epoch's lifespan was the most common method. However, it could not last long. Although there were many ancient epochs, no matter how many there were, their numbers were limited. Furthermore, those ancient epochs would not just give up without putting up a fight. There would definitely be a bloody battle. Hence, this method could not last long. Many ancient epochs had fallen at the hands of the martial epoch. However, there was a reason for them to do so. Hence, those ancient epochs could tolerate it for now. If the martial epoch mobilized without a reason, the other ancient epochs would definitely gang up on it. No matter how strong the current martial epoch was, it had no chance of victory against those ancient epochs that burned their boats. He actually did it. He is the first person to do so since ancient times. Originally, I thought that he only had strong combat prowess. Unexpectedly, his comprehension of the great Tao reached such a deep level. Those ancient epochs experts were not fools. Naturally, they understood that mending the heavens required a certain level of understanding of the great Tao. The key is, how did he do it? What fortuitous encounter did he have? Even the ancient epochs rulers could not do it. How did he do it? Many half-step rulers found it hard to understand. However, the martial epoch successfully extending its lifespan was not a good thing for the ancient epochs. The longer the martial epoch's lifespan, the more torturous it would be for them. This was especially so for the old monsters who had reached the end of their lifespans. They urgently needed to plunder enough resources from the martial epoch's destruction so that they could continue living. Now, they no longer had any hope. This time, the martial epoch's lifespan would clearly extend. His period of strength would continue. To them, this was the most terrifying thing. But whether they were willing or not, they had to accept this fact because Yi Shiwen was still there. As long as he still had the ability to mend the sky, it would be an unsolvable puzzle for them. At this moment, the martial epoch was filled with cheers. Yi Shiwen's prestige surpassed Jun's once again. Although the Qin emperor was strong, he could not make up for the heavenly Tao or extend the life of the martial epoch. He could only extend the lives of ordinary creatures. After all, it was very difficult for ordinary living beings to survive the calamity of the heavens and the earth during the replacement of an era. Just like that, after Yi Shiwen mended the sky, the martial epoch flourished for another 10 million years. In these tens of millions of years, several half-step sovereigns appeared in the world. It could be said that the world had truly entered the era of half-step sovereigns. Originally, those peak heavenly venerates either became half-step sovereigns and became the strongest existences in the world, or they could only submit to the might of half-step sovereigns. The world was no longer an era where they could move unhindered. Due to the birth of these half-step sovereigns, more than half of those peak heavenly venerates disappeared. They either successfully became half-step sovereigns or fell in the heavenly tribulation. More than half of them died in the heavenly tribulation, and only a small number of them managed to step into the half-step sovereign realm. Even so, this did not stop those peak sovereigns from wanting to become half-step sovereigns. That was a completely different matter from peak heavenly venerates. Among this group of half-step sovereigns, there was no doubt that the Fortune Divine Capital's Grand Empyrean was the leader. Tens of millions of years had passed, and he had become even more terrifying. He had not been overtaken by the other half-step sovereigns. On the contrary, his cultivation had become even more unfathomable. In the past, there had been half-step sovereigns who felt that they had already become half-step sovereigns. Why couldn't they control the Dragon Court and enter the Fortune Divine Capital? However, a middle heavenly venerate easily defeated him with one palm strike and forced him to flee after sustaining severe injuries. This also made everyone understand that, although they were all half-step sovereigns, there was clearly a huge gap between them. Although a middle heavenly venerate was not as strong as Yi Shiwen, who could defy the laws of nature and fight against sovereigns, he had already reached an unimaginable level on this Tao. Since then, everyone had extinguished the thought of challenging a middle heavenly venerate. A middle heavenly venerate had used absolute strength to protect his dignity. He was a veteran, half-step sovereign. These newly advanced half-step sovereigns could not compare to him. As for Yi Shiwen, who should have been the leader of the half-step sovereigns, no one really considered him a half-step sovereign. Instead, they treated him as a sovereign. This was because they knew how terrifying his strength was. No one could compare to him. This era passed very quickly. In just a few million years, the peak of this era had already ended. The martial epoch's heavenly Tao showed signs of decline again. This time, the decline was even more terrifying than the previous time. The density of the destructive matter increased, and the strength of the destruction laws also increased. This was to make up for the price of the heavenly Tao. The stronger the heavenly Tao, the more terrifying it would be when it was destroyed. Just when everyone was panicking, Yi Shiwen appeared again. He started mending the heavens again. This was the third time he had mended the heavens. Compared to the previous time, Yi Shiwen was more cautious this time. However, the situation he faced was even worse. The power of the heavenly Tao's backlash was even more terrifying than before. The heavenly Tao was much more complete than the previous time. Because of this, the difficulty of mending the heavenly Tao was much greater. Although Yi Shiwen had already been prepared for this, he still suffered a backlash from the heavenly ways rules once again. After a heavy blow, all the principles rushed over, and Yi Shiwen instantly became incomparably old. His whole body was covered with wrinkles, and even his whole body began to shrink. Countless spaces around him collapsed. At the same time, countless karmic fires burned and floods washed over him. It could be said that all sorts of laws exploded around him. It was extremely terrifying. It was as if he was going to be killed in an instant. These laws surged out and instantly injured Yi Shiwen. Even his golden body of merit, which was difficult to be injured by external forces and didn't take on karma, couldn't endure it. The results of mending the heavens were great, but the karmic backlash was also very great. If it were an ordinary half-step ruler, they might have died immediately. How could they endure it? This time, Yi Shiwen forcefully endured his injuries and mended the heavenly Tao, allowing the world to return to its peak and no longer decline. However, as a price, he suffered the backlash of the heavenly Tao 3 times. Each time his life hung by a thread. He had to constantly burn the golden light of merit to recover. It could be said that all the golden light of merit he obtained from mending the heavens was used to recover. He had no choice but to do this. It was not only to guard against enemies who might attack him in the dark. At the same time, he was indeed severely injured and on the verge of death. If he didn't receive treatment, he wouldn't be able to continue mending the heavens. Seeing the price Yi Shiwen had to pay for mending the heavens, many people exclaimed, "If this continued, how many more times could Yi Shiwen endure?" If this continued, the golden light of merit he obtained from mending the heavens would not be enough for him to use on mending the heavens. It was not worth it at all. Could it be that mending the heavens had a limit? Many people secretly thought this. Many of the ancient epics' half-step rulers finally saw the light, saw hope. As long as Yi Shiwen could no longer endure, then the martial epic's struggle to survive would only last for a while. It would not be able to survive forever. To these half-step rulers, the martial epic had already become a resource for their survival. They might fight to the death with anyone who touched this resource. After Yi Shiwen mended the heavens, the martial epic ushered in a new round of eruptions. Several more half-step rulers appeared. However, the price was that the luck that Yi Shiwen had obtained from mending the heavens had been completely exhausted in just 1,000,000 years. The world entered a period of decline once more. Facing such a situation, even Yi Shiwen felt helpless. However, he had no choice but to make an appearance to mend the heavens. He had already noticed that the heavenly Tao's peak was getting shorter each time. If the first time Yi Shiwen mended the heavens, he could bring the martial epic tens of millions of years of prosperity. The second time he could only bring the martial epic tens of millions of years of prosperity. The third time it would be millions of years. The further he went, the harder it would be. The peak would become shorter. In the end, the martial epic could not avoid its destruction. During this process, the birth of half-step rulers would accelerate the martial epic's decline and destruction. Mending the heavens this time was a narrow escape for Yi Shiwen. The power of the heavenly law's backlash was getting more and more terrifying. His life was in danger every time. He had to rely on the golden light of virtue to save his life. Otherwise, he might have died on the spot. This process continued for a total of 7 times before Yi Shiwen finally mended the heavenly Tao, preventing the martial epic from continuing its decline. This time, the first thing Yi Shiwen did after mending the heavens was to merge with the Tao. Then he prohibited the advancement of half-step rulers. There were too many half-step rulers in the world now. Every one of them could cause the martial epic's destruction much sooner. If this continued, Yi Shiwen would not be able to hold on. So he could only prohibit the birth of new half-step rulers. Chapter 3871. After mending the heavenly Taos, the first thing Yi Shiwen did this time was to prohibit the birth of new half-step rulers. The birth of each half-step ruler could be said to be seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. Who knew how much luck of the martial epic had to be devoured to be born? Although it was not like seizing the fortune of heaven and earth like when a ruler was born, it was still very horrifying. 1 or 2 half-step rulers were not a big deal, but when there were too many of them, it was undoubtedly a huge burden for the martial epic. Now, the martial epic was rushing towards destruction. To a large extent, it was because of the sudden increase in the number of half-step rulers. The other reason was the continuous emergence of experts in the Golden Age. They were not half-step rulers, so they could not devour that much luck. In fact, each person could only devour a small amount of luck. However, when the number reached a certain level, it was still a considerable amount. It was very shocking. It could be said that every cultivator would suffer endless heavenly tribulations in the process of cultivation. These heavenly tribulations were actually the self-protection mechanism of the heavenly Daos. The heavenly Daos continuously eliminated the life forms that tried to live forever, thereby extending the lifespan of the martial epoch. However, as time passed, these life forms that existed forever would increase. In the end, the entire martial epoch would not be able to bear the burden and be destroyed. Then, the martial epoch would naturally enter a new epoch. Right now, having too many half-step sovereigns was a huge burden for the martial epoch. Although it could make the martial epoch stronger than ever, this was the principle of a decline after reaching its peak. Therefore, Yi Shiwen directly tampered with the great Tao, forbidding the birth of half-step sovereigns. Those peak heavenly venerables who had yet to step into the half-step sovereign realm felt as if they had heard a nightmare. They could almost immediately feel that the originally neutral great Tao had instantly become unfriendly to them. Every step forward was too difficult for them. However, could they blame Yi Shiwen at this time? After all, Yi Shiwen was doing this for the long-term survival of the martial epoch. If they allowed half-step rulers to appear like this, they would drag everyone down with them. Furthermore, even if they wanted to take revenge, they could not do anything against the colossal holy court. Furthermore, Yi Shiwen's prestige in the hearts of the martial epoch's ordinary life forms had reached an unimaginable level. It was not something they could shake. Yi Shiwen did not intend to say much to them. Before he thought of a way to resolve the martial epoch's problems, he would not compromise. Yi Shiwen did not intend to say much to them. He did not intend to compromise before he thought of a way to resolve the martial epoch's problems. At first, there were still some peak Empyreans who felt that they were lucky and that it didn't matter, even though they also sensed that the heavenly Tao was beginning to shrink and restrict their breakthroughs. But they were still unwilling, especially now that the world was divided into 3 parts, and the celestial court only occupied 1/3 of it. There were still peak celestial venerables who did not belong to the celestial court. However, these heavenly venerables were obstructed by the divine palace as soon as they started to cross their tribulations. Especially for the divine palace, they undoubtedly worshipped Yi Shiwen as an ancestor god. Yi Chun was Chun was. Chun Chin, a pillar in the Chin. Chin the Yi of. Chin the Chun rulers I, Chun, Tian Yi and I and Dao Yi, Yi and all. Yi to Yi was. The Yi to say, Chin, ruler, Chun, a Yang, Yi and rulers. This was especially true for the martial epoch. Even if the martial epoch was destroyed, Yi Shiwen could survive on his own. However, they were going to die. Hence, no one was allowed to discuss this issue. A peak heavenly venerable was about to face his heavenly tribulation. But before the heavenly tribulation could descend, someone made a move. This person was none other than Yi Shiwen, the second person in the divine palace to become a half-step sovereign, devil monarch Yi Mo. He grabbed that peak heavenly venerable to death, and without any reason whatsoever, he pulled out his divine soul and tortured it with demonic flames for eternity. The miserable state of the first peak heavenly venerate did not stop the others. A few more people underwent their heavenly tribulations. However, without exception, they were attacked by half-step rulers. They were all half-step rulers who had undergone their heavenly tribulations in recent years. Now, their interests were tied to Yi Shiwen's. They were not willing to let the martial epoch be destroyed like this. They were all counting on Yi Shiwen to mend the heavens. However, they could not help with mending the heavens, nor could they do anything about it. At this time, anyone who wanted to undergo their heavenly tribulation and shorten the martial epoch's lifespan would be against them. Furthermore, they did not wish for anyone to share a share of the spoils with them. The more half-step sovereigns there were, the more authority and prestige they would have to share with the sovereigns. Now, in the martial epoch, aside from Yi Shiwen and Qin Jun, who stood aloof and unrivaled. There were only these half-step rulers left. Naturally, they were not willing to have more competitors, even if their competitors had a very low chance of succeeding. These half-step rulers worked together to issue a decree, obeying the martial emperor's orders. If anyone dared to undergo their heavenly tribulation during this period, not to mention the heavens, even these half-step rulers would not tolerate them. Furthermore, these half-step rulers were scattered throughout the martial epoch. When these half-step rulers worked together, it was enough to teach those peak heavenly venerates who wanted to undergo their heavenly tribulation what was taboo. The martial epoch had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. This time, the martial epoch was clearly still at its peak. Without anyone becoming a half-step ruler, the martial epoch's decline had slowed down significantly. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. They also praised Yi Shiwen's decision in their hearts. If some peak sovereigns were allowed to advance to half-step sovereigns, it would be a great disaster for the entire martial epoch. Deep in the heavenly court, Yi Shiwen, who sat on a tall peak, suddenly opened his eyes, which he had not opened for hundreds of thousands of years. Two beams of light, one black and one gold, tore through the sky of the heavenly court and arrived before Yi Shiwen. They arrived in front of Yi Shiwen, and the black and golden streamers transformed into two figures. The black figure transformed into a 7- or 8-year-old girl. She looked extremely cute and adorable. Beside this girl was a wolf cub. Its fur was suffused with bursts of golden light. It looked extremely mighty. It was an innate mythological beast. Soon, it turned into a little boy who looked about 5 or 6 years old. His entire body glowed golden, as if he was made of gold. "First uncle." The little boy and the little girl bowed towards Yi Shiwen and said, "All right, get up." Yi Shiwen laughed loudly and waved his hand. "Many thanks, first uncle." Then the two little fellows sat down beside Yi Shiwen, appearing very intimate. "Why are you two fellows here again?" Yi Shiwen asked. These two little fellows were not outsiders. That little girl was Yi Mo's daughter. After Yi Mo advanced to half-step sovereign and became the ancestor of the martial epoch's demonic Tao, he took in a female demon race, heavenly venerate of the martial epoch, as his wife and gave birth to this little fellow. Her name was Yi Tong. As for the other little fellow, he was the child of demon, Lord Yi Wudi. After Yi Wudi became a half-step ruler, he rebuilt the fortune world's heavenly court. It could be said that he became the ancestor of all demons in the fortune world and had a harem of 3,000 beauties. This little boy was the child of one of Yi Wudi's harem beauties. His name was Yi Enai. Yi Shiwen looked at the two little fellows and thought back to when they were still young. Although that period of time was difficult, it was fun to think about it now. Now, among the brothers, only the demon master little Kuan Pong was still alone. He had no interest in continuing the Kuan Pong race, which was about to be extinct. With his current cultivation of a half-step ruler, he could condense a bunch of Kuan Pongs from his bloodline with a wave of his hand. That would be enough for them to reproduce. He did not need to do it himself. Deep down, he was still a person who loved martial arts. Before he became a half-step ruler, he often killed his way into the primal chaos and fought with the experts in the primal chaos. He even killed the primal chaos creatures. Now, there were only a few in the entire primal chaos that could be his opponent. He was a pain in the ass again. Recently, he even planned to find trouble with the half-step rulers of the ancient era. Ever since the two little fellows were born, their parents often went into closed-door training. Especially Yi Mo and Yi Wudi, who had just completed their Xian cultivation. They did not have much time to spare. Therefore, the two little fellows ran around everywhere. Because of their illustrious background and amazing bloodline, the two little fellows could speak as soon as they were born. After hundreds of years, they had only grown to the age of a normal person. Clearly, it would take a long time for them to fully grow up. Fortunately, there were experts from the demonic cult and the heavenly court watching over them, so nothing would happen. Moreover, Everyone in the world knew that the two little fellows were backed by the two terrifying half-step rulers, the Demon Lord and the Demon Lord. Moreover, even if they did not give face to the two, they still had to give face to Yi Shiwen, who was faintly the world's #1 person. Therefore, the two little fellows had always been very safe, and no one dared to make things difficult for them. So boring. Father only makes me go into closed-door training. Closed-door training is boring, Yi and I said first, pouting her pink little mouth. Uncle, can you take us out to play? Father only lets me go to those few places. I'm already tired of playing in the heavenly court. How about we go out to play? Okay. Chapter 38:72. The two little fellows had been born for hundreds of years, but compared to their growth period, they were only a few years old. They were basically still young. So, although they could speak at birth, they were still children. Because of the relationship between Yi Shiwen, Yi Mo, and Yi Wudi, the two little fellows often came to Divine Palace to play. Compared to little Yue, who was considered the same generation, the two little fellows were more willing to play with their big uncle than with their big sister. After all, little Yue had already become a half-step ruler. Her power was no less than the two little fellows' father. Although they were the same generation, they did not have much in common. But Yi Shiwen was different. Perhaps it was because he could not accompany little Yue, or when she was young, so he felt guilty. Now he made up for it with the two little fellows. He would grant whatever the two little fellows asked for, basically giving them whatever they wanted. He had also raised the two little fellows into two little overlords. In the entire Divine Palace, only these two little fellows dared to talk to Yi Shiwen like this. That's right, eldest uncle. It's so boring. Why don't you take us out to play? Otherwise, father and the others will send people to capture us. It's so miserable. Yi Tong also opened her large, watery eyes and spoke with a pitiful expression. The two little fellows would sneak out when they had time and run to Divine Palace to play. Then they would be caught by Yi Mo and Yi Wudi. After a while, they would sneak out again. This kept repeating. Running away and being caught had become a part of their lives. Because Yi Mo and Yi Wudi were worried that the two little fellows would delay Yi Shiwen's enlightenment. Others might not know, but how could the two of them not know? Yi Shiwen was currently comprehending the heaven-mending great way. This was related to the survival of the entire martial era. If the two little fellows disturbed Yi Shiwen's enlightenment, they would be equivalent to sinners of the martial era. So, once they knew that the two little fellows had sneaked out, they would send people to catch them. Sometimes they would even take action personally. However, it didn't matter to Yi Shiwen. After all, the two little guys couldn't distract him. In fact, it would prove that his cultivation wasn't good enough if he was distracted by the two little guys with his current cultivation. It was not difficult for him to multitask or even multitask. He could do it easily. Well, I'll take you out to play for 100 years. You don't have to worry about your father catching you. I'll tell them about it, but I'll say it first. You'll go back and practice after you've had enough fun. Do you understand? Yi Shiwen looked at the two little guys and said, Yes. The two little fellows bowed with their hands in front. It was just that when they bowed, they looked especially cute. Uncle, let's go. The two little guys couldn't help it after bowing. After all, they were still children and had not calmed down yet. So Yi Shiwen took the two little fellows above. When Martial Lord Yi Shiwen went out, it was certainly an earth-shattering event. However, to Yi Shiwen, who had already concealed his aura, it was not that earth-shattering. With his cultivation, unless he wanted to be discovered, no one would be able to discover his identity. Yi Shiwen took the two little fellows on a sightseeing tour. He did not use much spiritual power. Basically, they played wherever they went. With Yi Shiwen's cultivation, he did not have to worry about any danger at all. Moreover, although the two little fellows looked very cute, their bloodline was unusual. Even if they had not cultivated properly in the past hundreds of years, they could still kill a deity with a casual punch. This made Yi Shiwen feel very emotional. When he was cultivating, in order to cultivate to become a deity, it could be said that he had gone through many difficulties and dangers. If he met these two little fellows at that time, he probably would not be able to defeat them. However, this kind of emotion only disappeared in an instant because each generation was stronger than the previous one. This itself was a matter of course. However, the two little fellows only had a greater innate advantage. In terms of future achievements, it would be difficult to compare with their father, let alone surpass him. However, the later generation had their own destiny, so he did not care that much. This trip to the mountains and rivers lasted for hundreds of years. Yi Shiwen's leg strength was enough for him to travel across the entire fortune world. His magic power was basically used on the journey. So, he didn't use any magic power when he traveled to various places. In fact, he didn't need to use any magic power at all. The further he walked, the more Yi Shiwen felt that his heart was also getting farther and farther away. Suddenly, one day, 100 years finally came, and the two little fellows were very reluctant to leave him. Yi Mo and Yi Wudi personally came to take the two little fellows away. However, Yi Shiwen rejected them. "Don't be in a hurry to take them away. Let me take them. There will be benefits for them." Yi Shiwen said, "What are you planning to do?" Yi Mo could not help but be a little puzzled. He was not worried that Yi Shiwen would bring them to bad things, but he was very curious about what Yi Shiwen wanted to do. "What? I am preparing to cross the tribulation," Yi Shiwen said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Mo and Yi Wudi both turned to look at him. Cross the tribulation? Yi Shiwen had cultivated to this point. So, there was only one tribulation that could make him speak of it in such a serious manner. And that was the Sovereign's tribulation. It had been tens of millions of years since Yi Shiwen had become a half-step ruler. From all aspects, it was normal for him to cross the tribulation. Although the number one half-step ruler in the martial epoch was a middle heavenly venerable, in reality, everyone knew that person should be Yi Shiwen. However, he was too strong, so few people ranked him among the half-step rulers. That would be unfair to the other half-step rulers. Now that Yi Shiwen had joined the ranks of the half-step rulers, they could basically be divided like this: Yi Shiwen and the other half-step rulers. Yi Shiwen and the other half-step rulers could be divided into two tiers. The two naturally understood that if they were in Yi Shiwen's shoes, they would not be able to compare. They were also half-step rulers, but the gap between them and Yi Shiwen was like heaven and earth. With Yi Shiwen's cultivation, crossing the tribulation to become a ruler was only a matter of time. Everyone guessed that he would definitely cross the tribulation and become a ruler. It was just a matter of time. And now, Yi Shiwen was finally going to step into that level. "Are you confident?" Yi Mo asked. "If not, it's best not to try. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, you might as well forget about it." Yi Shiwen nodded and said, "I'm sure. If I wasn't sure before, then I'm sure now. I know what you're worried about. I also know that I carry the hopes of countless people in the martial epoch. I can't die so easily. However, it's precisely because of this that I haven't tried to cross the tribulation yet. But at this point, I can only choose to cross the tribulation. You all know about the current situation of mending the heavens. The last time I mended the heavens, I was severely injured, and I vomited out everything I gained," Yi Shiwen said. "Besides the fact that after mending the heavens a few times, it's getting more and more difficult to complete the heavenly Tao. More importantly, my hands can't keep up. Mending the heavens will require more and more strength, so I have to achieve the Tao. Only when I become a ruler can I continue mending the heavens. Aren't you forcing yourself like this? The backlash from mending the heavens is too great. The backlash from the great Tao laws is something that even a ruler would not dare to try. Otherwise, just ignore it. Even if the martial epoch is destroyed, we still have the ability to protect our loved ones until countless epochs later," Yi Wudi said directly. Compared to the survival of the martial epoch, he was more concerned about Yi Shiwen's life and death, especially since mending the heavens was such a dangerous thing. If it really came to that, he would rather not mending the heavens. Even if the martial epoch was destroyed, they could still survive for more than 10 epochs. They still had time. Don't worry, I'll be fine. It's not like I didn't gain anything from mending the heavens all these years. I didn't just put in effort. When mending the heavens, I was also peeking into the structure of the Great Tao. If I had a 20% success rate before mending the heavens for the first time, then I'm at least 80% or 90% confident now. There won't be any problems, Yi Shiwen said. Then, you still have to be careful, Yi Mo said worriedly. Don't worry, I won't do anything I'm not confident in. You two can rest assured and let me take these two little guys away. When they come back, they'll definitely surprise you, Yi Shiwen said with a smile. He held one of the little guys in one hand and flew into the distance. Stepping on the escape light, they disappeared in an instant. Where are you going? Yi Wuti asked. I'm going to make up for the last part I'm not confident in. Yi Shiwen's voice came from the sky. Yi Wuti and Yi Mo looked at each other and didn't say anything in the end. These two little guys are lucky to be able to follow Big Brother. Even little you. I didn't have the chance to follow Big Brother and cultivate with him when she was young, Yi Wuti said. His words were filled with mixed feelings. He thought of the time when they first met. It was already many years ago. It's because he left too early that little you. I didn't enjoy her father's love. That's why he wants to make up for it with these two little guys, Yi Mo said with a sigh. Forget it, let's not talk about this. It's rare that we have time today. Come to my place. Okay,